Okay. Alles klar. Okay. Welcome to Aschaffenburg and to Aschaffenburg University of Applied Sciences. It's a great honor for me to open this kick-off meeting of the EU-Projekt Dialogue City. In normal life, I'm a professor of engineering, and now and at the moment I'm in the position of Vice President of Research. And in this position, I'm in charge of a large variety of research projects and funding projects. And these include the project Dialogue City, in which we, as University of Applied Sciences, intend to support the international project partners with our scientific experience. Rarely, the terms dialogue and cooperation have had such importance as today, in a time where cruel war is raging in Europe. Therefore, I'm very happy to have the opportunity to welcome our European partners from Greece, from Austria, from Italy, from France, and so on. Moreover, I would like to introduce and to welcome our numerous international contributors and partners. And of course, I also would like to welcome the members of the local project team, among them Mr. Erik Leiderer, Mayor and Head of the Office of IT and Digital Strategy of Aschaffenburg, and Mr. Joachim Kemper, there he is, the head of the City Archive, and Stefan Horn, who is the project manager with focus on arts. And last but not least, I would like to introduce and a warm welcome to our guests of honor, the citizens of Aschaffenburg, who are the focus of this project. The project aims to participate, the citizens of Aschaffenburg, to the process of digital transformation of their city, and therefore the citizens of Aschaffenburg are the guests of honor. Now I would like to take the opportunity to give a brief overview of our University of Applied Sciences. We are still a young University of Applied Sciences. We are founded in 1994, and since then we have made an excellent development in many fields. You have, I'm certain that you have already recognized our beautiful university campus, and this is not the only reason why our students benefit from excellent study conditions. Moreover, we have a very familiar atmosphere on our campus, and we have 3,400 students, and we have really a quite good family atmosphere, and therefore the students have a good interrelation, and they discuss, and we have a good atmosphere in our lectures. And moreover, we are very successful in the area of applied research. As we are a University of Applied Sciences, the successful technology and knowledge transfer is in the focus of our project. Let's have a look to our key research areas. We have 3 key research areas. These are the areas of intelligent systems, material sciences, and innovation management. In the first key research area, we address topics like the development of intelligent algorithms and methods for different applications, such as the area of intelligent sensors and signals, intelligent mobility, and robotics and automation. And I have to point out that nowadays the algorithms of artificial intelligence and machine learning have a big importance for our project. And with respect to the third-party funding, the key research area of material sciences is our most successful key research area. Within this research area, we develop new methods for innovative material processing, material testing, and innovative material recycling technologies. And the project, Dialog City, is closely related to our third key research area named Innovation Management. Because within this key research area, we have a very important topic. It's the topic of digital transformation. And I have to point out a project where the University of Applied Sciences cooperates with the city of Aschaffenburg. It's a project Digital Manufacturing, and this project has a close relation to the event of today, because the focus of this project is the development of an AI-based transfer platform, which intends to participate the citizens of Aschaffenburg to the process of digital transformation of their own city. And therefore, I'm happy that our competence center of artificial intelligence supports this project, which with expertise in the area of artificial intelligence and machine learning. And very interesting, in my opinion, is that we have a series of lectures, and in last summer semester, we had a lecture with a topic in the field of digitization in arts, culture, and society, which is closely related to the Dialog City project. Yes, and the conference of Dialog City, the Dialog City project, is an unconference, and therefore I should not talk too long. And therefore I would say great ideas are born in dialogue, and I hope that you will enjoy the stay to stay on our university campus, and you enjoy the dialogues, and you can exchange your ideas, and I hope that you will have fruitful discussions. Enjoy the day today on our campus. Thank you for your attention.
Sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, meine Rede liegt in Englisch vor. Ich halte die Rede in Deutsch. Liebe Partnerinnen und Partner des EU-Projektes aus den Ländern Italien, Griechenland, Österreich, Frankreich sowie Vertreter aus unserer Partnerstadt Miskolc, liebe Referentinnen, liebe Referenten vor Ort und im Netz, ich freue mich sehr, Sie hier heute an der TH Aschaffenburg im Namen der Stadt und im Namen des Oberbürgermeisters Jürgen Herzing hier willkommen zu heißen. Persönlich begrüßen möchte ich eine Vertreterin der Politik, Dr. Nicole Holzheu. Besonders begrüßen möchte ich natürlich auch nochmal unseren Gastgeber und Vizepräsident Professor Dr. Klaus Zindler und unsere heutige Moderatorin Dr. Nadja Berseck, die uns heute durch den Tag führt. Und das ist mal ein Applaus wert. Dass ein bisschen Stimmung reinkommt jetzt hier. Und last but not least begrüße ich natürlich alle Vertreterinnen und Vertreter der Presse, Bayerischer Rundfunk, Mein Echo, Funkhaus, Mainfranken TV und natürlich auch das Fritz-Magazin. Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, heute ist ein ganz großer Tag. Heute ist der Startschuss unseres EU-Projektes. Das ist genau, in diesem Projekt wird genau das gefördert, was ich mir für eine Stadt und auch für die Heimat wünsche. Mehr Partizipation sowie eine Digitalisierung, die sozial integrativ, umweltfreundlich, aber auch wirtschaftlich nachhaltig ist. Unser neues EU-Projekt trägt den Namen der zentralen Idee der Digitalstrategie in Aschaffenburg, den Titel Dialog City. Und es ist nicht nur ein Projekt, es ist auch ein Impuls an einer Wertedebatte in der Digitalisierung, die weit über die Grenzen von Aschaffenburg und weit über die Grenzen unserem Landes hinausgeht. Und das erfüllt uns natürlich mit Stolz und Freude. Dialog City ist für uns in Aschaffenburg ein digital-analoger, partizipativer Kompass. Das heißt, nach dem wollen wir alle Projekte ausrichten. Und Dialog City steht für eine sozial inklusive Stadt, die immer den Menschen im Mittelpunkt stellt. Und sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, es ist zwingend notwendig, die anstehende Digitalisierung im Dialog mit den Bürgerinnen und Bürgern zu gestalten, denn in einer Dialog City soll die Technik in erster Linie dem Menschen dienen und dazu beitragen, dass die Lebensqualität verbessert wird. Und die Digitalisierung ist mehr als nur Technik und sie ist vor allem mehr als eine Smart City. Beteiligung, Partizipation und das Lernen aus der Geschichte für eine digitale und lebenswerte Zukunft ist ein zentraler Baustein. Die Dialog City fördert Ansätze in realen und analogen Räumen. Ein gutes Beispiel ist hierbei auch der Digitalladen, den wir in Aschaffenburg im Rossmarkt haben. Damit geben wir einen realen Impuls in der Fußgängerzone und schaffen so einen Begegnungs-, Informations- und Veranstaltungsort, der durch digitale Angebote angereichert und begleitet wird. Und erst wenn wir die digitalen und analogen Arbeits-, Lebens- und Begegnungsräume im Dialog mit der Stadtgesellschaft vereinen, nutzen wir das gesamte Potenzial unserer Stadt und entwickeln so auch gemeinsam unsere Zukunft. In Aschaffenburg kennen wir solche epochale Veränderungen, die ähnlich sind, wie es jetzt in der Digitalisierung ist. Ein Beispiel war die Industrialisierung in unserer Stadt durch die Bekleidungsindustrie. Das war eine große Herausforderung für die ganze Stadt mit enormen Umwälzungen, die auch viele, viele Ängste bei den Bürgerinnen und Bürgern erzeugt haben. Und im Laufe dieser Industrialisierung, vor allem durch die Bekleidungsindustrie, führte sie dann aber zu einer wirtschaftlichen und kulturellen Blütezeit, von der alle Bürgerinnen und Bürger profitiert haben. Und darum geht es auch in der Zukunft. So, jetzt zurück zur Gegenwart, zur Digitalisierung. Auch die Digitalisierung ist ein epochaler Veränderungsprozess, der durch technologische Innovation vorangetrieben wird. Und die digitale Transformation, getrieben von künstlicher Intelligenz, schreitet so schnell voran, dass man wirklich Angst bekommen kann. Aber Angst verschwindet immer dann, wenn man spürt, dass man das Steuer selbst in der Hand hat. Vor allem dann, wenn wir als Stadtgesellschaft merken und lernen, dass wir alle im selben Boot sitzen und aktiv die Richtung des Wandels mitgestalten können. Mut zur Veränderung entsteht dann, wenn man sieht, dass man starke Partner hat in der Stadt, aber auch über die Grenzen unserer Region hinweg in einem Projekt in ganz Europa, so wie das hier der Fall ist. Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, es kann Großes entstehen und Berge versetzen, wenn Menschen sich gegenseitig unterstützen, austauschen und die Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten. Digitale Innovation, die den Menschen in den Mittelpunkt stellt, muss auch Wissen, Erinnerung, Kunst und Kultur fördern. Und dafür steht unser Stadt- und Stiftsarchiv, das auch zu meinem Digitalreferat gehört. Und unser Stadt- und Stiftsarchiv, Frau Dr. Kemper, ist auch der Turbo der Digitalisierung in Aschaffenburg. Also Digitalität, digitales Mitmachen, ob große oder kleine Projekte, das Wissen, Erinnerung, Kunst und Kultur fördert, sind bei unserem Archiv verdammt gut aufgehoben. Und als eins für die Öffentlichkeit zugängliches Archiv, offenes Archiv, nimmt das Aschaffenburger Archiv eine Vorreiterrolle in den deutschen Archiven ein. Seit einiger Zeit führen wir gemeinsam aktive und erfolgreiche Projekte mit der TH, wie beispielsweise die digitale Ideenmanufaktur. Ich freue mich daher auch sehr darüber, dass die TH als assoziierter Partner hier mit im Boot ist und wir heute hier auch Gast sein dürfen. Ich Ich freue mich auch, ankündigen zu dürfen, dass unsere Digitalministerin heute Nachmittag noch dazukommt, die auch die Schirmherrin der heutigen Veranstaltung ist. Zum Schluss danke ich vor allem allen Organisatorinnen und Organisatoren der heutigen Unconference, die schon vor allem seit Tagen hier am Vorbereiten sind und auch die ganzen internationalen Partner, die schon seit mehreren Tagen hier sind. Mein ganz großer und auch persönlicher Dank geht an Dr. Joachim Kempe und sein Team des Stadt- und Stiftsarchiv, dem Digitalamt und den Beteiligten der TH Aschaffenburg. Und ich glaube, das ist auch mal ein Applaus wert. So, und ohne die ganze Expertise und die umsichtige Arbeitsweise von Herrn Stefan Honn wären wir heute hier nicht zusammen. Der ganze Projekterfolg, die Genehmigung des Projektes ist nicht zuletzt Ihr Verdienst, Herr Honn, und dafür herzlichen Dank. Ich möchte Ihnen zum Abschluss jetzt noch einen kleinen Film einspielen. Der ist leider in Deutsch. Wir müssen ihn vielleicht mal irgendwann in Englisch nochmal nachvertonen. Der Film zeigt die Geschichte, dass man eigentlich keine Angst haben braucht vor der Zukunft, weil Veränderungsprozesse haben schon immer stattgefunden. Und wenn wir statt Digitalisierung das Wort Wandel benutzen, glaube ich, kommen wir näher ran und es macht weniger Angst. Ich wünsche Ihnen nach dem Film, da wird Herr Honn übernehmen, viel Spaß, sehr gute Diskussionen hier im BarCamp und vor allem ganz wichtige Erkenntnisse der Unconference. Und ich darf jetzt hiermit offiziell die Konferenz als eröffnet bestätigen. Vielen Dank. Da muss man dazu sagen, das haben wir hier mit Wasserstrahl, hat es gerade die TH für uns vorher produziert. Also ist ganz, ganz frisch. Das ist mit Wasserstrahl ausgeschnitten, also eine sehr interessante Technologie. Ich war sehr beeindruckt. Aber ja, kleiner Werbeblock. So, und jetzt den Film. Ich weiß nicht, wer den einspielt. Joachim, gut.
Yeah, it's my job to start the film.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So, very warm welcome also from my side on behalf of the Dialogue City team. And I'm trying to translate some of the parcels that we've just heard from Mr. Leiderer. But first of all, Mats up.
Die Digitalisierung ist längst bei uns angekommen. In Aschaffenburg kommunizieren wir mehr und mehr virtuell. Heute ist der virtuelle Raum beliebter als unser Marktplatz. Unsere Unternehmen müssen ihre Arbeit, ihre Produkte und sich selbst neu erfinden, sich wehren gegen neue Konkurrenz und gegen Cyberangriffe. Unsere Arbeit ist im Wandel. Sie wird von künstlicher Intelligenz geleitet. Immer mehr Prozesse werden von Maschinen übernommen. Unsere Verwaltung und unser Leben in der Stadt werden zunehmend digitaler. Ebenso wie unser Lernen. Unsere Schulen, Kitas und Hochschulen, schon die ganz Kleinen kennen die Touch-Funktion unserer Smartphones noch bevor sie laufen lernen. Dieser gewaltige Wandel, den die Digitalisierung mit aller Kraft von Algorithmen und künstlicher Intelligenz vorantreibt, stellt uns alle vor noch nie dagewesene Herausforderungen. Hey, Moment! Noch nie dagewesene Herausforderungen? Lass uns doch aus unserer eigenen Geschichte lernen und sie weitererzählen. Unsere Geschichte ist eine Geschichte von gemeisterten Herausforderungen und von guten Ideen, die Wirklichkeit werden. Mit der Erfindung der Dampfmaschine begann eine neue Ära der Menschheit. Und zwar unter großen Mühen. Die ersten Dampfmaschinen schufen in der Folge der Zeit nie dagewesene Möglichkeiten für Produktion, Wirtschaft und Transportwesen. Wir werden immer schneller trotz vieler Widerstände. Lange Zeit war die Postkutsche das schnellste Transportmittel. Als dann die Teufelsmaschine auf Schienen erfunden wurde, glaubten viele, dass allein das Beobachten eines vorbeifahrenden Zuges die menschliche Gesundheit schädigt. Heute befördern Magnetschwebebahnen Menschen mit über 600 Stundenkilometern durch die Welt. Wir werden erfolgreich trotz vieler Hürden. So gründeten Anfang des 19. Jahrhunderts Alois Dessauer und seine Söhne in Aschaffenburg mehrere Papierfabriken und sorgten für eine boomende Wirtschaft und Wohlstand. Und machten Aschaffenburg zur Weltstadt des Buntpapiers. Wir schaffen aus dem Nichts den Grundstein für den Wohlstand der Zukunft. Zur gleichen Zeit leistete Johann Desch einen großen Beitrag zum weltweiten Fortschritt. Er entwickelte die Grundlagen zur Massenproduktion von Kleidungsstücken und Konfektionswaren und sicherte dadurch seiner Heimatstadt Aschaffenburg weiteren Wohlstand und den guten Ruf der seinerzeit größten Schneiderwerkstätten Deutschlands. Unsere Geschichte zeigt: Die Herausforderungen von heute gestalten unser gutes Leben von morgen. Mit neuen Chancen zu wirtschaften und zu arbeiten. Mit neuen Foren und Plattformen, auf denen wir zusammenkommen. Mit neuen Werkzeugen für unsere Arbeit und unser Zusammenleben. Mit neuen Ideen für den Fortschritt, der uns in die Zukunft führt. Fortschritt ist eine Herausforderung und Teil unseres Lebens. Und mit Blick auf die Geschichte Aschaffenburgs können wir voller Selbstvertrauen unsere Zukunft und die Digitalisierung in unserem Sinne gestalten. Wir wollen für uns und kommende Generationen ein gutes Leben schaffen. Und die Digitalisierung für uns und unsere Stadt lebenswert gestalten. Für die Menschen in Aschaffenburg. Für eine gute Zukunft in Aschaffenburg. Für uns alle. Wir gestalten Aschaffenburg. Sei dabei.
Yes, and I even think if you're not familiar with the German language, you could easily get at least a glimpse or grab the mission of this music clip video, which we've seen right now. After those massive changes during the Industrial Revolution in the 19th and 20th century, we are now participating in the digital transformation. And it's not just as individuals, it's also our society. So just to wrap up, what happened until now is that since the last 18 months, the consortium of partners from Corfu and Athens in Greece. Where is the Greek team? Okay. And the team of Graz in Austria, please hands up. From Montreuil and Briançon in France, over there, the ladies over there. The team from Aschaffenburg. And last but not least, Torino and Mondovi, ragazze. Okay. We've been working together for more than 1.5 years to make things happen here. We were finally selected for funding by the European Commission under the program Creative Europe. And here we are. Now, Dialog City was born out of the conviction that the digital transformation is more a change of our mindset rather than just purely technical innovation. And so the overall goal, and the mayor mentioned this already, is to create a socially inclusive urban digital environment. And today we start our multi-level dialogue with all of you. So we invited external experts from different areas with different backgrounds. We invited artists, stakeholders, bloggers decision makers in order to discuss topics such as participation, digital transformation, urban development, public art, future literacy, digital archiving, and digital rights. So the aim of this Unconference is to create profound input for us as a project consortium to further develop our ideas. I mean, radically speaking, we are ready to exploit all your expertise. But we will do this in a sensible reason. It's to understand the digital transformation as a participatory approach. And this means to bring citizens on board of the whole process and to activate them and bring them on board to take ownership. I would like to dig a little bit deeper for just 2 minutes. Okay, I'm on my way. So that's what it's all about, and you can see it also over there already in our graphic recording studio. What we are doing during the next 4 years is we are going to work on a citizen archive platform, which means that all our digital boards that are hanging around on our smartphones and our computers, which are directly connected to private firms, should have a safe harbor where we can store all that information. Another pillar, so to speak, of the project is future literacy. We would like to create a design kit where artists are trained to help citizens to understand the future. So this is also one of the repercussions of the Industrial Revolution, that the connection between the here and now and the future was getting more and more lost. And we really have to learn this again, on how to think about what is going to happen in the right here, right now, and what are the repercussions for the future, for the generations yet to come. And the third pillar are hybrid events and artistic interventions that are going to happen in 4 of the cities, in Graz, in Aschaffenburg, in Mondovi, and also in Montreuil or in Montpellier. We haven't decided that yet. But it's also, hybrid events are also test platforms to think a little bit deeper what could happen when we talk about the Citizen Archive platform and the Future Literacy Design Kit. So that's all about, that's from my side. And I would like to hand you over to our moderator, which is Nadja today. And she's going to explain to you all these kind of details, technicalities, and what is it all about to run an Unconference. Nadja.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Stefan. All right, good morning. Welcome, everybody. I'm very delighted to be guiding you through this conference or Unconference today. I say hello also to our digital guests. I'm not sure how many we have, but this is maybe also something that I already like to mention up front. We do have a hybrid format here. Meaning, as we were planning this conference, we were not really sure how the corona situation going to be. So we were thinking, okay, let's better be safe than sorry. We are happy that we can meet now in person, but we do have digital guests, and we also do have digital speakers today. And this is also a little bit of an experiment, I would say, so please bear with us if something technically goes a little bit off, or maybe somebody is standing in front of the screen. We are also experimenting and learning with this, but I guess it's a good start also for the project, because there are a lot of hybrid events planned, as I just saw now. What is the agenda for today? What have we planned, and how is this going to work, this Unconference? Basically, we do have 2 parts. It's the morning. We are right in the middle of the morning. There are welcome words, and I'm explaining the program of the Unconference a little bit. And then the first part will consist of 8 inspiring speakers talking about the role of arts, the role of data, the role of community building for designing smart cities. And these talks should be the starting point, should give you the food of thought, for thought maybe, for the afternoon sessions. In the afternoon sessions, these will be a bit more open and participatory. We will use a format that is called BarCamp. I will explain in a minute what this is all about. So basically, it's a bit more open and you can actually get involved and put in your questions. And then in the afternoon, after the BarCamp sessions, we will have 2 closing remarks, one by the president of the TH Aschaffenburg and one also by the Bavarian State Minister for Digital Affairs, Judith Gerlach. We have a closing session, which will be a little bit of feedback, and in the aftermath, this is a bit more a cozy part where you can chill, hang out, relax, and also have a little bit of a musical performance. Also, Stefan, you already mentioned it before, we do have our little graphic recording studio. This is Brigitte in the back, Brigitte Seibold. Yes, welcome. And she will capture our group discussions. She will try to maybe also enlighten patterns that we see between different talks. And for this, it is important, she cannot be everywhere all the time. We will split up in different rooms, but she will mainly be here in this corner. And she does need input. So maybe as drawing is not as fast as speaking, and I do, for example, speak quite fast, I know. Sometimes she might need your support, and maybe you go to her and explain again, this is what you would like to point out, and this is something that should be on the little poster. Also, as she mentioned before, don't be scared. She doesn't want to draw weird paintings of you and your faces. This is really about the content and to highlight what are the different interactive patterns that we maybe see between the themes and topics. Yeah? Another thing that I would like to highlight, we do have a team of bloggers, even though, as I talked to them before, they said, like, I'm not a blogger, but still, we do have Jens, Frank, and Oliver. Maybe you can just raise your hand so that, where's the, in the corner, Frank. Maybe it's a little bit of background. So Jens' background, Jens is, Jens here. Jens' background is on the Frankfurt Institute for Digital Transformation, and his topic is clearly on how to incorporate more like a cultural perspective into the digital transformation. Frank is actually like a content creator. He's the CEO of a PR agency. And Oliver, your background is more in the open government scene, I would say. So for you, it's important to actually see the connection between social society and also administration. And you see a very important role in archives, in museums, these partners for participatory processes when it comes to interaction in digital platforms. So these people will be in the different sessions reporting about what is discussed here to make sure that it doesn't only stay in this room, but also goes beyond that. All right. I already mentioned before, we will have in the afternoon a BarCamp session. BarCamp, anybody who knows what it is or maybe has already participated in one, maybe raise your hand. Yeah, there's a couple of experiences, that's good. Do have experts in the room. Just as a brief introduction, BarCamp is a bit of an open and participatory format, meaning we do have fixed slots, 8 slots, maybe a bit more, but let's say 8 for now. And it's upon you that you can bring a topic or a question that you would like to discuss. When I say you bring a topic or a question, it doesn't mean that you need to have a shiny presentation with slides already prepared. But maybe it's a question that occurs to you in the morning session that you're like, wow, this is interesting. I would like to dive deeper into that. So if you're interested in doing that, if you're interested in discussing a question, there is like pink, you see a pink post-it in the back there. And there's more pink post-its. So if you would like to offer something already now, if it's in the back of your mind, write down your name and the title of your session. And after the lunch break, exactly, thank you, Frank. And after the lunch break, we will set up the sessions. In total, we have 8 sessions. So we do 2 rounds, 4 speakers. And each session is built in a way that we do have 45 minutes of discussion in one room. And then we will all come back together here. and we will do a little debrief of the session. Because as we cannot split up all, but we are curious what has happened in each room, we want to bring that all together and maybe also see connections between the different sessions that we had. So these are the BarCamp sessions and the BarCamp concept. Are there any questions about this? If there are, please also get in touch during the break. So the morning, how does the morning look like? Basically, we will have 2 rounds, 4 speakers. You can also see in the back a little bit the agenda and also the speakers. In the first round, we will have these 4 speakers splitting up in different rooms. And same as I explained for the BarCamp, we will have 45 minutes of discussion and input in each of the rooms. Then we all come back together here. And each session will have a kind of a reporter that summarizes the session for 5 minutes, and we do have a little bit of a discussion. This is a debrief of 20 minutes. After the first round, we get into the second round. So for the first round, we do have 4 speakers lined up. The first one is Marco Byrne. Marco, are you here already? Ah, yeah, Marco, hi. So Marco is physically present. He will have his session here in this room, Aschaffenburg. And Marco is an archivist. He is an historian, art historian, and he is responsible for the Reutlingen District Archive, if I'm not mistaken. And you're also responsible since 2021. Now I need to have a look a little bit in my notes. He's also responsible for the District School and Cultural Office since 2021. Marco, do you want to maybe briefly, in a nutshell, 90 seconds, explain what your session will be about? Ah, yeah, you need the microphone for that. Wait. Thilo, do you have one? Or? Ah, it's you.
It will be, I will focus on 2 points, a digitization strategy and communication strategy, and how we try to reach our target groups for archive topics, history topics, and art topics.
All right, so Marco, if you're interested in hearing the digitalization strategy of the Archive for Reutlingen, please stay in this session. Session number 2 will be by Irini Papadimitrou. I'll be the chair, and Irini, she's a digital culture curator and currently working as creative director for Future Everything in Manchester. Future Everything started as one kind of festival, but now it has a full year program. It's an exhibition, it's talks, it's workshops, all tackling future questions. I checked out the website yesterday. It looks super, super interesting. Previously, she was digital programs manager for the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, and also as she was head of the New Media Arts Development at the Waterman's Gallery in London. And her talk will be about basically presenting case studies from the Future Everything exhibition. And also she will tackle the question of the role of arts. What kind of role can it have for capacity building, to maybe inform policymakers, to address future questions? So these are the things that she will talk about in Room Mondovì. And Room Mondovì, if you're interested in that talk, you can follow me. It will be on this side. So we have to go down the stairs, and there you will find the room. There's also a little sign saying it already. Session number 3 will be by Svante Günzel. Svante, you're a Hamburg-based artist, and if I'm not mistaken, you're focused on the reception of nature and especially the role of humans in influencing that landscape, especially with the background of climate change, species extinction, all of this. And you focus your work on that. But I'm also interested in what will you specifically talk about in your 45 minutes? Stop, we need a microphone.
You explained very well how I work as an individual artist, but today I'm here representing the artist group Scheibe and Günzel. together with my partner Jan-Philipp Scheibe, we work as a team, mainly based in residencies, focus on participatory work. But we also touch the topics that you mentioned before. So what I will do is I will give an overview of how we work and especially how we prepare residencies and the challenges that can happen. But it's mainly like understanding how a residency works and how much preparation you need to actually carry out a residency.
So it's a little bit behind the scenes of an artist, if I get that correctly, and if you're interested in that, this will be in room Graz, and this is basically down the hall, the first room to the right. And session number 4 will be by Alexandros Nousias, and Alexandros, he is a wait, I need my notes for this. He's a law consulting specialized in ethics and data protection. He has a background in citizen participation rights for policy changes. And in teaching in various universities, he's particularly interested in the role of codes or the coder's background and how that affects how the code is implemented, especially on a legal perspective. In that regard, he's also focusing on AI. And what kind of talk he will give and what is a focus for him, I would like to hand over to Marie-Louisa, as you are the chair for this session. We're getting better in this with the microphone.
Yes. Thank you very much. So, Alexandros is indeed very much into AI and data protection, but with the citizen's role mainly in it. So he will speak to us about trusted data chains and ethical design for human inclusion, which is very much centered in our project.
So if you want to have this perspective, data protection, data governance schemes, especially important also for the Dialog City project, please follow Maria Luisa to room Corfu, which is the last room on the hall to the right. Okay. So you do have 5 minutes now to kind of make up your mind, decide which session you would like to attend, and make your way to the room, respectively. If you forgot where it was, they're still there. You can see the sessions, and you see also the rooms. And we will start the sessions at 10 a.m., and we will then meet back here again at 10:45. This is then the debrief. Yes? The one that is physically present is Marco. It will be here. And the other ones, we will have a Zoom call or a video. Svante is also live. That's true. All right. But then, enjoy. And see you back here at 10:45. So. Machst du hier? Okay.
Das ist der Bürgermeister für Digitalisierung, habe ich es richtig verstanden? Ja? Okay.
Also ich weiß nicht, wie Sie es geplant hatten, deswegen frage ich Sie, weil ich glaube, so das weiß ich nicht. Sollen wir es einfach wirklich machen?
Und das Archiv ist Teil oder gehört zum Digitalisierungsreferat. Okay. Ah ja. Ja, das ist spannend, dass so. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, good morning. I'm pleased to tell you about our strategy, how the Reutlingen District Archive is trying to reach people in the digital age. Today I will focus on two central points: digitization strategy and communication strategy. The subtitle of this presentation refers to our efforts to be perceived. As an archive with a very large, extensive area, it takes us about an hour by car to cross it. It's not easy to be noticed. And not only the employees of district archives know that the identification with the district in which one lives is significantly lower than with a municipality or city. However, these geographic and sector-specific hurdles are more than compensated for by the diversity of our region, our 26 municipalities with more than 100 formerly independent towns and villages originating from various regional authorities and counties have very different traditions and histories to offer. We are located here in a tension between city and rural areas, between the industrial Alp foothills and the touristically attractive Alp Plateau. We have the largest share in the Swabian Alp biosphere region, and our people are interested in history. There are more than 30 history societies and historical working groups. Therefore, the question is, how do we reach people throughout the district, make them aware of us and our exciting holdings? How do we enable research into local history and family history? And yes, our educational, public relations, and cultural work take some efforts if we are to reach people. And it will not surprise you to hear that we invest a large part of these efforts in digital offerings, where we have created a certain sustainability for our efforts. we have started with the goal of making existing things visible in an enduring way. The website of the district was not really suitable for this. Information about us and our holdings, our library catalog, everything was there for potential users, but hardly to be found. And the technical hurdles stood in contrast to any innovation and creativity on our part. That's why we started planning to establish our own cultural platform, also with the support of subsidies. Kulturmachen.de, which means to make culture, was launched in May 2020 at the end of the first corona wave. It was intended to be the central point of contact for archival and cultural work in the district. Our main target group is the residents of the district between 30 and 70 who use online services or are active on social media and have a strong interest in local history, historical and cultural topics. I will guide you briefly through the central modules. These include the classic offerings of an archive. Our virtual reading room has only gone online this year. It's based on the archival information system Acta Pro. Thanks to the funding program Wissenswandel, we have had many of the historic administrative records digitized and make them available here. Our extensive photos and pictures are accessible via the photo portal. For legal reasons, nearly 8,000 images are only a fraction of the total image material. However, all photos can be searched through internal and press access. Here too, as in case of the virtual reading room, there is proprietary software behind it and external hosting of data. In this case, Photoware, a so-called DAM, Digital Asset Management. And last but not least, our cultural history library of the district, which is available through the Southwestern German Library Network, as well as through its own local view. In all of the 3 points, our cultural platform has led to external modules. However, we always make sure that the header and footer, and if possible, the color scheme match the design of the main page. Of course, we have also covered the areas of the history of our district for which information is produced in the daily life of an archive within the context of historical education and public relations work. We make topics accessible via the Cultural District Atlas or the Barrier-Free Atlas. Castles, churches, museums, caves, and many more are visible on the map through geopoints. You can filter by categories, and by clicking on the geopoint, you get to a content page, which offers corresponding information about the cultural place. The Barrier-Free Atlas is still at work. Here we cooperate with the Inclusion Conference. People with handicap can set filters according to their special needs. In addition to geographical access, there are also modules on people or thematic exhibitions and other topics, such as our use guides,
teenagers and young adults who are qualified in the field of commemorative culture, and the history associations for which we also offer a platform here. Since the castle module was one of the most frequently requested, we created our own castle's homepage together with our colleagues from the Esslingen District Archive. Unsereburgen.de was officially launched in June during a press conference at the Castle Hohenneuffen. Even if we are outsourcing a module in this case as well, we take care to maintain a large network. We are currently also developing our own application through which the small monuments, in German called Kleindenkmale, in the district can be identified and experienced. Citizens are involved to the extent that they can easily register a new small monument by sending us a picture and the geodata, or by reporting damage. Since we are responsible for the entire cultural work of the district, as is usual in many district archives, but also other archives, a small look at the area of art and culture. All information on funding opportunities, funding advice, and our cultural concept can be found on the homepage Kultur machen, as well as the art collection of the district, which can be seen in a separate module. It's our online art collection. Artists in the district are given the opportunity to present their work to us under the hashtag Ich mach Kultur, I make culture. Among other things, we also shoot professional video portraits of the artists. So, an overview about our work. We have three large topic complexes. First, the archival topics, the historical and cultural mediation, and the promotion of art and culture. What connects the three topics is our communication concept. Our platform Kultur machen as a brand for the district's cultural work forms the center of this concept. When we disseminate information via Facebook and Instagram, classic press releases, the internet, and the intranet page of the district, or via our network, then always with a link that leads to our cultural platform. The interested Facebook user should follow the link to the cultural platform just like the reader of the local daily newspaper. A central and active digital presence is today making one's offerings available in virtual space. Direct contact is also of central importance when it comes to consultation. We have to be available in person as well as virtually. Of course, we are available to our users by phone, by mail, in the reading room of the archive, and by email. In addition, we are in contact with citizens via social media. So we asked ourselves the questions: how do we reach our target audience? How do I engage with people who type in a keyword online, find nothing, and then think there's nothing? The important link between virtual use and personal contact is our archive consultation, the so-called Archivsprechstunde. This takes place digitally via WebEx on the last Tuesday of the month at 19:30 for about 1 hour. 8 people participated at the first meeting in October 2021. They brought with them various questions, especially about family history. Afterwards, we came to the conclusion that it would be useful to provide an impulse on a certain topic at the beginning of each archive consultation hour. In the past, these topics have included emigration, denazification, and war registers. Thanks to the steady increase in the number of participants, now we have 30 until 60 participants per archive hour. Although we are very happy about this high number of participants, it makes the original idea absurd. Originally, the citizens were supposed to speak. Now we have rather an online seminar in which I speak mainly. A few participants usually ask their questions afterwards, but that is, of course, only a small fraction of the total number. That's why we went back to our original idea and developed the new format Coffee with Archivist, which we are testing since May in our Cult Space, a co-working space in Münsingen. The concept refers to lean coffee, a format for relaxed meetings without an agenda and objectives. And for us archivists, means that without preparation. It is a low threshold offer for citizens who can book a period of half an hour for an afternoon. In a living room atmosphere, we advise the local history and family researchers, give reading aids, or look together with them in online finding aids of our archives or our other archives. And of course, we offer everyone a coffee. With this concept, we are now closer to the original idea of the consultation hours. Free time slots are quickly up. The feedback was extremely positive, and people who would otherwise not have approached an archive, perhaps because of the fear of the threshold, is too great. And they were very grateful. We are curious to see how the format develops further and will try to go on tour in our district with this format in different places in the coming year. According to the motto, if you don't dare to come to us, then we will come to you. Whether you want to participate in the online archive consultation hour or reserve a time slot with Archivist, everything is accessible and bookable via Kulturmachen. I conclude by asking myself the question, how do I measure success? Does it mean 60 participants in the archive consultation, 4 inquiries per month that come to us via the virtual reading room, the number of Facebook users or Instagram fans, 2,000 visitors per month at our cultural platform? I can't say which numbers can be considered as success and which may be lagging behind expectations. But I am sure that we are increasingly reaching our target group. And we are not succeeding thanks to one single topic or a single communication channel, but rather by networking our offering and communication. Here you can see where the hits on Kulturmachen come from. Most visitors come to us via direct entry and search engines. Among them are certainly many people who have read our classic press releases in the newspaper or the official gazettes, but also the close linking with other web pages and social networks, also the networks with the artists, leads the visitors to us. Therefore, my thesis: networking of online offers is more important than expanding them. Online offers are only used if they are constantly made known through active public relations work. The steering of visitor flows is a central criterion that decides on the success of an online offer. The use of print media, social media, and network work must go hand in hand. And the direct contact, the personal contact with the archivist, has a direct impact on the success of an online offering. I hope I've been able to show you the efforts we make to create interesting digital offerings, how our communication concept tries to connect everything, and how we strive at the same time to seek direct contact with potential users. Thank you.
So the floor is open for questions. I look at Graz. Here's the city archivist of Graz. And,
Thank you very much. And I really have to underline what you said, especially in your thesis. We can't separate online or digital and analog networking and working in general. We have to combine it. I really like the idea of the coffee with the archivist. I think that's this informal contacts we need even more after 2 years of the pandemic lockdowns and stuff like that. What I'm wondering is if you can tell us a little bit more about your digital reading room. We're also looking for something like that. Do you have the possibility to individualize the requests of the users and individualize the distribution of records they are asking for, or do you understand that the digital reading room, just your AIS, online AIS informations? Yes, that's my first question.
Our virtual reading room is only a virtual space where you can find our finding aids. There are two possibilities. First, we have the digitized the things, and the users and researchers can use it online, or you find just an information and then you have to write an email to us. Yes, so there's no, we have no possibility that you can that you can go in contact with us about this virtual reading room. So it's only about it's only with telephone, by telephone, or by email.
Thank you so much for this interesting presentation. My question is, when you say that you have had many interested persons in your online seminars searching about the family history, is it common in Germany to have special associations dealing with such kind of questions for genealogists, for example? And are they a partner in your network to give to help the people to find things? Because in my town, in Eskilstuna in Sweden, which will be present something in the afternoon, we have the help of these associations. They are very good in giving advice where you can find the information in all the registers, which are almost everything is online, they are much better in finding things than me, for example. And we have a good cooperation with them, and they can help with these finding aids. Is this also a possibility for you? Do you have them in your network, or is your network only with these local history associations and your archive? And what is about museums? Are you working with them also?
Not until yet, but with the increasing number of participants and increasing topics, I have more and more external experts. The first consultation hours, I hold the key presentation, and now I search for external experts, and I also have I also try to get in contact with these special family researchers, and I have also contact with the Institute for Family Researchers in Stuttgart, and something like that. And we have about our by Facebook contact to professional family researchers which join our consultation hour, and are multiplicators for us, so that we now have many more participants outside of our district, more and more.
Because in my city we have a common reading room and a common reception desk for the libraries, the archives, and the museums' archives in the library storage, and there we have all the databases available, even that you have to pay for. The library has a license so that you can use them for free, and then this association is sitting there some hours during the week and helping people to using these finding aids online. So this is a very, very good thing for us as in a cooperation partners. So that is why, and it is in the library because this is the one with the lowest threshold of all the institutions involved. So therefore it is there, very good opening hours, and everyone is used to go into a library, but they are not used to go into an archive or not even in a museum. So that is why why it is in the library. We have this point for the reading rooms, and where we even have the reading room for the archives and the archival material, which you can order online if it is not digitized and you cannot read it online at your home computer.
Yes, there's a gap between the original idea and now. The original idea was an offering for the people in our district, and now we have it's spread out, and we have participants all over Germany. And so now that's the point where we think about this offering and have more and more cooperation.
Okay. Without being anytime at one of your coffee breaks with the users, I imagine that you also were confronted with the question, when do you have all of your objects online? That's an expectation by the users. I think everybody of us who comes from an archive or a museum is confronted regularly. And I know we used to laugh about that in our conferences and workshops, but I think it is some kind of idea the normal people who are not working in an archive have towards all of the cultural heritage institutions, that you have to be with the single piece online and offer information as much as you have on the single piece online. And this is also a discussion we have in the museums. I'm heading the city archives and the collection of the museum. And in the museum, it's common and usual to have the single piece online. You don't bother with collection groups or something like that. You want to go with the single object online and offer the information on that. Do you have a strategy to work on how to get with the single piece, except the pictures you digitized and put online, but also maybe plans or prints or something like that to put them online?
We try to digitize every picture because pictures are, I think, the most interesting thing for the most researchers, and try to make them available online. And then the most frequently used things in our archives, especially the Protokolle and something like that, or other informations which are mainly interesting for family researchers, because most of the questions come from family researchers. And in the consultation hour and the coffee with archivists, most of them ask, or most questions refer to registers, war registers, church registers, yes. And only a few of them they can found in our archive, but and most time I show where they can find these registers, where they can find the information which is interesting for them. And many of them came with questions that refer to another geographical area. No? The last time a person asked about his relatives in Hamburg and Münster.
I have also a question, even if I'm not working in the cultural sector. I have also a question, even if I'm not working in the cultural sector. You said your target group is between 30 and 17. Are the elderly people also using these online formats?
Yes. Before the consultation hour starts, it's very funny to see how people get in the online meeting, and many of them do it by themselves, even if they are 70 or older than that. And others have maybe a younger person who helps them. But normally there's no problem for them to join the online meeting.
So we have just 5 minutes. Are there more questions? We are a few people, but very intensive discussion, in my opinion. The sandwiches are for the morning, not the lunch. And there's coffee, and here are 1, 2, 3, 4 archivists, 5 museum from Hungary, and have a coffee with us, of course. Thank you. Thank you.
And again, I'm sorry. Hello, hello, hello. So, we would like to start the debrief session. Debrief means that we are curious what you have talked about in your sessions. We would like to learn more and maybe be even able to make some connections between the different talks. That would be amazing. So the way it works, we do have now a little bit less time, let's say 15 minutes. So I hope that each session has kind of a reporter that can tell us a little bit of what you talked about. And then we do have a little bit of an open discussion again. For the first session, together with Marco, who is the reporter? It's you, Marco. All right, Marco, do you maybe want to come in front to tell a little bit about your impression of your talk, basically? And then for the mic, yeah, it's on.
Yes, the title of the presentation was Between Digital Offerings and Direct Communication. I tried to explain what we do to raise public awareness. I focused on digitization strategy and communication strategy. I guided through the central modules of our cultural platform, Kulturmachen, and showed how our communication concept connects the complexities of archival topics, historical and cultural mediation, promotion of art and culture. Most interesting for the discussing was how we get into personal contact with our target group via a virtual consultation hour and coffee with archivist, a relaxed meeting without agenda. We talked about the contact and the contact to the researchers and how we can work together with associations for family researchers, etc. The expectations of researchers and users of archives, that they have everything online what they need. About the target group and the age of the people, if older people can join online meetings. Yes, how our reading room works. I think that were the main points.
Cool, thank you very much. Maybe Marco, just like for one, like what would be in a nutshell the main takeaway for you from if you had to decide?
Yes, I think that's really that I have that I get more and more into contact with these private research associations, as you mentioned. You do that in Sweden. This was before today on my agenda, and now it's more present.
All right. Okay. Cool. Thank you very much. Okay. Coming to the second talk, Oliver and me, we said we're going to do it together and try to do a little summary. We talked to Irini Papadimitrou. She was the creative director of the Future Everything program. And what she did was basically giving us a little introduction about what are the main fields of work that they do at Future Everything, and she gave a lot of practical examples of what are different projects that they do in the different areas. So the 3 different areas that they focus on are, one, I'm looking it up again, the public artworks, so basically to put an incentive for people to reflect upon societal, upon future questions. The second is that they want to have enhanced debate, digital debates. They do that with more interactive formats, workshops mainly. And the third one is that they want to enhance cross-sectoral collaboration. And she showed us different projects that basically fed onto this. And I think for me, one of the main takeaways was art matters, because she always showed us what are actually the results, what is the impact of art for placemaking, for community building, for enhancing a discussion about difficult future questions. So for me, that was one of the main takeaways, art matters. She also had it on one of her slides. And then we had a discussion. Maybe Oliver, you can summarize the main points.
Yes, she really laid out a broad scope of different artworks in the public space, especially. So the questions have been, for example, from Julia, which skills do artists need to get a reach out and to get communities built, and that's it. It's quite difficult. What she said, and the main thing is to build the conditions for building communities. So this is what we are here for too. And so the other question was how to manage a cross-sectoral co-creation or collaboration. And this is not quite easy. She said she didn't really had an answer, but I had also an idea, because she made a very interesting spin in the beginning when she connected placemaking with, let's say, the morphology of places and communities. And this is where the memory comes in. It's like in archaeology, you need something to dig in. So this is the work of archaeologists. And so the question is, how do we engage via digitization, via platforms, citizens in communities to contribute? And then she said something very interesting. It's to find the matter expert in the citizens, so that you can trigger them by their expertise. So this makes the motivation to contribute, because everybody has not that much time. So it's very hard, really, when we do want to have this in a democratized, broad way. We have to find really also these groups, not only in the cultural or archive space. So this was very interesting for me, and thank you for this session. I hope
thank you very much.
Wrap up too.
Svante, I know you had a very passionate discussion, so maybe, I don't know who would like to report about this. Frank.
Okay. Let me start maybe that I'm the master of coffee for today. I was shown the coffee machine, and I just started it. It'd take another 15 minutes or something, and so you have fresh coffee, please. So help yourself.
Most important task.
Yeah, I think it's the main important. Well, we had a session with Svante Günzel, an artist, and she focused on plastic crisis, climate crisis, and relationship to animals. And she is mainly working with her husband, Philipp Scheibe, who had a slightly different focus. He did projects with light and performance art. Am I right? So she showed us different projects, like Preserved in 2009 she started, and they split projects like short-term residencies, They did from 2009 to 2016, mainly in Scandinavia. And short-term residencies are like 1 to 4 months. And in 2017, they started their first long-term residency in Germany. It's about 12 months. And they showed one of my favorite pictures for today, the Buried Rooster. This, you can imagine that her husband has something like a mask, like a rooster, and she buried him on a field, and that looks really funny. So maybe you got the picture. And after that, she told us about the steps of preparation for her projects. And she said that she had to do a lot of literature research, contact work to experts and all kinds of contacts in the field, in the city, in the region or something like that. Study local arts, crafts, etc. What is there? To whom can we connect? Meeting with informants of the region and stuff like that. And she gave us examples of different performances and projects she did in the past. And she gives an idea of how to prepare such projects, like Kale. It's a name of a special project. And she told that before she starts a project, she had to do about 8 months of preparation before even starting the project. And then the project, maybe a long-term project, is about 12 months. And after that, they had to do some afterwork. So when they start a project, it is about 2 years, right? In all. So after that, we had a discussion about strong pictures. And that was our main idea. How strong can pictures be? How can we transform images today? What is the impact of pictures and how to connect with people over pictures? And my takeaway for this session was that it's a long-term work to do such a presentation, to do such a project. And I really lift my head to do such a hard work. I know what project work means, but 8 months before even starting, it's sheer great. So, thank you.
Thank you, Frank, for this nice summary. Actually, Svante, I would like to hitchhike Julia's question that we had for Irini, but I would be curious as well for you. As one of the tasks of this Dialog City project is to design a toolkit for artists to advance future literacy. What is it from your perspective that you would need in such a toolkit? What would help you?
I mean, there would be so many things that you have to think about. I would have to deeply think about that, because if you want to do it right, you have to do it right. Ask me in an hour or something.
Okay, I ask you in an hour again. Thank you. Okay, coming to our fourth session with Alexandros. Do it together, come on.
So I was told that...
Please have the microphone.
Okay. So Alexandros, I was told that I should report, but anyway, you were... so I tried under 2 minutes. Alexandros showed us a very crazy idea. He wanted to include the humans back into the world of data. So because... it was about trusted data chains, because the internet before, there were some smaller and bigger companies. They explained us, no problem, you can do what you want for free and we take care about your data, it's no problem for you. So, and he said, like, now we have the problem that we are excluded on our own data. And that's why he said, let's do it differently. He talked about trusted data chains. and a new approach to human inclusion, which is quite difficult because we do it now for many decades without caring. We have these two buttons. Do you care? No. Then everything goes on. Do you care? Yes. Oh, now you have 100 buttons more to make a very fine selection. And then it's like, okay, no, I don't care. So we are trained to not caring. And actually it's become quite difficult to care because it's very complex. And we don't want to miss this complexity. But also maybe it's difficult that a company gives us free mail services, also knows about our sleep time after 2 years and can tell you a lot about yourself more than only what's written in your mails. So the idea is, how do we include it again? And here made a model of this, how to bring the human back into the RP ecosystem, you know. The data service and data provider and the service provider, they talk to each other, mobile and health and everything, but the individual is like excluded because said yes. So there's a different yes, and the different yes is the idea to bring back the control about your data. Oh, that was 2 minutes. Shit. So bring back the control to the person. But then in the discussion we found out that it's become very complex. So we need maybe a new sphere called data trust world, whatever that means in detail, to help the individual to not lose the complexity, because it's quite nice to know so many things about yourself, even if you maybe realize that you're not so individual than you thought like before. But that's another subject. But then again, it's why we don't want to go back to the times before, but we want to have the control about the new complexity. And then we said, okay, this is has to be done technically, but it is a cultural approach. That was the end. More or less?
Yeah, of course, of course.
Jens, I think you put it out really well. Sorry.
Thank you, Jens.
One very important point that he shared with us at the end through the discussion, he said that for the Dialogue City concept, he thinks that the dialogue should be around the values, the culture, and the technology, so that we shouldn't exclude in our project the technology aspects, but really it's about values and culture, and that just Jens said, how we are trained into not caring, and this is part of the dialogue that we should have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, it's a wrap. This was round number 1. Are you in for round number 2? Yes? Ready? Okay, let's see what we have planned. So, for round number 2, we again have 4 amazing speakers, or even more, actually. The first one, Federico Bastiani. Federico, where are you? Here, perfect. Hi, Federico. Nice to see you, meet you. So, you are a live session today, staying in this room. And Federico, you have graduated in economics at the University of Pisa, if I'm not mistaken, and you are passionate about technology. And you are the inventor of a project that is called Social Streets. And he will talk about this project in more detail, and I think you can do much better than I do. So do you want to give a brief 90-second summary about what to expect in your talk?
Yeah.
Microphone, sorry. Yeah. Sometimes I forget, sometimes I remember.
Okay, so first of all, I am not an expert of sociology, urbanistic, nothing. The Social Street is a story, basically, that grew up unexpected and spread all around the world. It is a story how my personal desire of being in contact with the local community can be replicated in other parts of the world without using technology, yes, but technology is not the main part of this project. The main part of the project are a relationship between people, and technology doesn't help go in other direction. So we use technology to bring in another area, just an instrument. In fact, the claim of Social Street is from virtual to real. So this movement, someone called movement, I don't know, there are around 500,000 people all around the world that are trying to replicate this simple model that is not a startup, is not a business, is not an association, nothing, just people that work together.
Right. So thank you, Federico. If you're curious to learn more about the social street movement, please stay here in this room. Session number 2 will be about Republika. I don't know, who of you has already attended Republika? Do you know a conference? 1, 2, 3. Do you know Republika? You know, okay. So just to summarize again, Republika is a conference about digital society, Web 2.0. It usually has a range of topics from politics to technology to society and so on and so forth. It stems actually from the word res publica, which means public matters. And originally we had planned a talk of Alexandra Wolf, who is one of the co-founders and organizers of Republika. Unfortunately, she is sick, but we do have a great replacement with Jens and Joachim, those two, having a discussion. Do you want to say a few words about what is planned? Wait, microphone.
Hello. The Republika is a BarCamp for 10,000 people, and it's loud and hard, and it's 2 or 3 days, and you are ill, of course. But it's very important for me also as a part-time speaker, and for Jens as a long-time stage host, of course. And Jens will guide us a little bit in the Republika, in the beginnings, of course, and if Frank Tendler is, yes, you will be with us, okay? Then it's a cool discussion.
And if you're interested in Republika, please go to room Mondoville, which is on this side. Yeah, well. Okay, session number 3 is by Martin Yoranidas. It will be a video. He's a research associate at the University Library Center of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia. And he designs sustainable infrastructures for digital long-term archiving. And he studied information processing and also museology. And that's why his focus is on data representation and modeling, especially when it comes to long-term archiving of audiovisual artifacts or objects. This will be a video and hosted by Wolfram. Do you want to say a few words about the talk or the video? I have the microphone again.
Thank you. Yes, just one sentence on this session. The rest you will hear in the session. It is that the lecture is in German. Martin Yoranidas speaks in German, so this you have to keep in mind when you want to attend our session. And it deals mainly with the concept of personal digital archiving they invented. They worked on in the Nestor working group, which is one of the most important working groups on digital archiving. So that was it. Definitely more than one sentence. I think 3 or 4 sentences.
All right. So if you're German speaking and you're interested in digital long-term archiving, please go to room Graz. Is there anything you would like to? Okay. Okay, so last session is by Anthony Schrack, chaired by Stefan. And Anthony, he is the senior lecturer of arts management and cultural policy. He is a practicing artist, and he did have a lot of residencies all over the world, from the US to Finland to South Africa, among others. And he works in a participatory manner. And what exactly he will talk about, Stefan, you already have the microphone.
I've already got a microphone. Anthony, when I asked him, what is your discipline as an artist? He told me, well, I'm not good in drawing, I can't dance, and the camera is also not my friend. But I'm very good with people, so he decided to do socially engaged art practices in a very specific manner. So the 3 main ingredients are humor, physicality, and risk. And we don't know what's going on now in that session, but yeah, that was a little bit of advertisement. So would you like to come to my shop?
All right, well, very well entertained. So if you're interested, this will be in room Corfu, which is the last one to the right. We will meet back here again at 12. So we do have a bit of a shorter, like 40 minutes. I hope this is okay. So 12 here again for the debrief. Enjoy. I can put like again.
Okay. So what is Social Street? First of all, Social Street is not a project that started one day sharing ideas. It was just casuality. So I was moved, I lived in a small village in Tuscany where everyone knew each other. It was a little community. When I moved in a bigger city like Bologna, that is not so big but is big, I feel like an anonymous life. You get up in the morning, you go to work, maybe you see 2, 3 persons in the street, say hello, bye. Nothing more. No interaction with people. Because life is a rush, there is many things, then of course also technology, as I was mentioning, sometimes doesn't help. Also before, when I was coming here from Frankfurt here, and I didn't have my GPS working, I tried to ask any indication to someone, and when I approached a stranger, immediately I saw a reaction like, what does he want, this person, from me, no? So, understand, our society is moving in another direction. Technology are opportunity, but create also a gap, how we can relate each other and keep relationship more relaxed. So, what I did, I was in the street, in Via Fondazzi in 2013. I was just married, I have little kids, was 1 year. And the social street started September in 2013 because that afternoon, I remember, there was my son playing alone in the living room. And because my family live far, my wife is South African, so far, we didn't have any kind of relationship with the neighbor. And one day I listened one child screaming in a street, on another window, in the palace in front of mine. So I say, oh, maybe there are kids and they could play together. But how you can in contact with strangers? At the stage there was not any app. Now you have Nextdoor and there are technology that maybe can help. But at that point we have only Facebook. So I say, okay, it's fine. I create a Facebook group. I call resident in the name of the street. And with my printer, I started to print a paper like this one. And in the night, I was living under the door, like that, of all my street. My street is 1 kilometer, around 800 people. No, more, 3,000 people. And say, let's see what's happened. I don't know. In my leaflet, there was not written, I look for friends for my kids or let's do something together. No. It was a general message. We say, we live together, maybe we can create a space to share opportunity, idea, but the word I use is socialize. So I didn't expect nothing, because today, who wants socialize for nothing? Everyone that join has a reason. And I saw, maybe this is maybe too much details, I'm giving too much detail, maybe we can discuss later this part. Anyway, so the idea was use technology, but technology was not the core of the project. We didn't want. In the street, we have some electronic engineers say, oh, cool idea, we can create a platform, we can create an app. But I say, no, this is not the objective. I don't want to improve the online experience. I want to improve the offline experience. So Facebook is fine. So how we started? People started to join, and I remember one of the first posts of this lady that now is 70-something, was just retired, was alone, and the first post she did was, okay, I'm alone all day. I would like to teach my neighbor to make cake. Do you want to come to my house this Sunday afternoon? And incredible, these people that live 300, like in the street like that, but you cross every day, but you don't know, neither the name you know. They start to know each other with the excuse of the cake. But all these little excuses are a way to create community. This guy was just arriving in the street, is a student. Bologna is a student city, so people that maybe need specific things. He had to take a flight with Ryanair, but didn't have a scale to measure the bag. So he asked in the group, there is anyone that has a scale? This lady, of course, was not sure to invite a stranger in their house, okay? So he said, okay, let's meet in the corner of the street. I bring you the scale. And they measured the bag in the middle of the street. But again, it was an opportunity Now these two persons work together, for example, and they don't know each other. They develop a project because they didn't know that they work in the same area. And so in excuse, with the scale, we create a relationship. This was Andrea in another street that also these people didn't know each other. This Alessandro make a post and say, I live in a single room and my mother is coming. I don't know where to host. I would like, I don't want to book a B&B. Anyone has a bed, an extra bed? And so the neighbor that lives in the same building, but they didn't know each other, just help. Here we are in Rio de Janeiro, we're in another social street. Also, there the same problem, how to bring people together. So this for Christmas, they decided to decorate all the tree in the street with origami made by kids in the street. Another project here we did, Marco, our neighbor, because there is, at the stage there were not the possibility to hire bike like now. We have Mobike or different app. At the stage we didn't have and we didn't want, because people who needed, for example, a bike, we wanted people to share their own bike with a neighbor. So, for example, if you need a bike, now also in Via Fondazza, and you can make a post, and there are 2 or 3 bikes that are kept by the local vegetable. We have a little shop of vegetable that keep the key of the lock, so you can use the bike. But you know that bike belongs to your neighbor. It's not just a bike. It's a bike of one of your street. It's interesting because no one bike has been stolen. This is another interesting project because you take care of a community and the space if you belong. Sorry. Okay, here another example. Here we are in Ohio, in America. Also, this person was just arrived and they organized a welcome party for a neighbor. Here we are in Milan. This lady was always go run alone in the night after work and they say, okay, there is anyone that want to come to run with me, also because in the night I don't like too much go alone. And if she found a group in the street of neighbor to run together. This is in our street, Zafar, that now is not working anymore. This is another interesting story because everyone know him like the man of the pizza of the street. So nobody asks, what is your name? What is your backstory? So one lady in the street make this post and say, but you know Zafar is a chemist and he has 3 degrees and is looking job for, literally the man living next door was the CEO, one of the most important company in Bologna, and he was hired after this post. And this person didn't know each other because there is not a relationship. You know a person, you are a man of pizza, so you are a man of pizza. So we think for box. And so this doesn't help sometimes. This is another project we arranged, and this was very, very important for the social street. The problem is when you know, because with Facebook is fine to connect people, but if you meet a real person, you can recognize someone, you interact online, but you don't know in the street who is the real, who is the matching. Maybe you are talking with someone online, is your neighbor, but you don't know who is. So in the street we have a quite famous photographer, and they say, let's organize a photograph set in the street. We stop random people living in our street. We take picture portrait, and we organize an exhibition so people can recognize each other. So when you see someone, you know name, you know the face, you start to talk with people and create the community. Another project we did, that's why I attended the meeting with the archive. I was also interested because in this street there was a lot of elderly person. So one night we called all these persons in the street that lived during the Second World War, and they had picture about, for example, this wall was not anymore in the street. And they has all picture, and they have a lot of stories. So we thought like to record a podcast but we didn't know how to put together this memory of the street, and still now we don't know how to do. But it was very important to create was an opportunity to share memories with the younger generation, because in the street now live a lot of young people between 20 and 30 and don't know nothing about the history of the street. So, what's happening? Via Fondazza became a blueprint. We received a lot of requests. At that point, we decided to call Social Street. The stage was just via the name of my street, not. We created Social Street. We create the principle. If you want to replicate the idea, okay, Social Street is not that brand. The logo is not trademarked. It's free used. We didn't. We kept money outside of the project, so we refused also a lot of money for companies that also with green project sustainability also fine, but this is another thing. We have to keep social on another level. So we use a free model, like a gift economy. So everything up in Social Street is not for money. You do something for your neighbor, because it doesn't cost nothing for you. So if you can give this one because you have in the house, give it. What is you don't have to expect nothing in exchange. And self-sociality, as I was saying, this is the most important and most difficult part also today, because why you join a group with no reason. I also see now a lot of people that join this period maybe is looking for apartment. Say, hello, I am your neighbor, I would like to live in the street, but I need this. So we try to not use this approach. The approach is I live in the street, maybe I can help, I can be collaborative, I can take part from the street part that is one time per year we did, but the point is to know each other. And the other part is inclusivity. As I was mentioned, we think only by box. So there are not the Pakistan shop. There is Zafar living with us. There is Christine. So we try to take all category that we have in our mind to keep. We are all neighbors. Okay. So the strong point of the project, we decided to have no structure. So there is not, I am not the boss of nothing. I have just had the idea. We give the example. It's free. You can replicate. Everyone can do. It's very easy if you understand the objective. And this is another point. Maybe we can discuss later because avoiding politics and economics. Why politics? Because we have bad experience with politics that always try to use this moving coming to, let's say, address in some way, okay? And it's very difficult to find municipality that understand the value of this project and working together. We didn't have always good experience. There are, maybe we can discuss in another moment this. So the target, what is? Sociality zero cost, because to say hello doesn't cost nothing. So we have to start from this base, from secondary objective, because a lot of persons say, okay, so what we do in the social street? Nothing. Nothing complicated. You don't have to think that, okay, there are, maybe we can discuss later, there are other projects like cleaning the wall, cleaning the street, there are groups that maintain garden, but this is another level. We are not, some social street can arrive at the level, but require a sort of organization, mental produce. So we don't have that kind of expectation. The expectation is lower. The expectation is to create a relaxed environment within neighbor. This is the most important, to do everything and know each other. So also all the little example, the little story I show to you, if you come to make a cake in my house, or I go to help for a move, or I give you something for free, the main reason is to socialize each other, to know each other, to create a relationship. Any excuse is fine. So what's happened? Then one day I received a call from New York Times and say, okay, we want to send you a journalist here to stay 2 days with you in the street. And I didn't expect we received the first page of New York Times, and that day, with the project of the bike of our neighbor. And from that point, everything changed, of course, because we received international media attention, also here in Germany. There are social streets also here. And then here what's happened is not updated, because now I don't know. This is updated like, I think, last year, maybe before. There are around 500 social streets, and the members are more now, are 300,000 more or less, spread in different parts of the world. Of course, we receive a lot of international attention about people that I didn't expect, because as mentioned, I study economy. I don't have any experience in sociology or dynamics of community. I'm not a community manager, nothing. But also the professor Putin of our university. And I must add that now University of Milan, the sociology department, create a permanent study on social street to study, for example, how a social street is spread, in which area, what are the target, maybe the income, how much is important the income. So there are a lot of us, maybe also this we can discuss in another moment. So basically, no, this is the story that I wanted to share. Now I am less involved than before, because of course, as you can imagine, this is not a job. This is a passion, and I was very impressed because, as mentioned before, was not a project we started. All people now are my friend. We are basically 3-4 persons that we also, when we receive this invitation, or there is Luigi, now he's retired, so he has more time than me and is more involved than me, and other 3 or 4 persons. But the best part is very informal. We receive a mail from every part of the world, say how you can do that. We made some guideline on the website, very easy, nothing. We give, sometimes we have a Zoom call with someone, when possible, because as mentioned, we don't have any staff. But we create an archive of video, just to give some idea, no? Because some people doesn't know how to start, no? Because it's not easy. This is another part we can discuss. It's very difficult to manage community, especially online. And also offline. There are a lot of dynamics, so about rules. We made a lot, I made a lot of mistakes, many mistakes. But the best part of this project is that he went with the flow. No, nothing very decided, and I'm very happy to share this story with you here now. Thank you. So I don't know if you have any questions. Okay. Did young people respond?
Did young people answer to this project? Because I think that it's really important now to restart contact in person for young people, because our generation used to have them, and they were really important because we didn't have technology. Now that they have a lot of technology, they lost the personal relationship. So I wanted to know if the young people.
Yeah, this is the hardest part. The good part is, allora, depende on what you mean for young. If you talk about students, university people, yes, especially in our city in Via Fondazza, as Bologna is a university city, so there are many students coming. And it's not so easy, because if you look at the University of Milan make this research, the engagement is more between 35 and 50. The young generation is more difficult because, as I was mentioned before, when they interact because they need something. They move here, they don't have money, say, oh, anyone has a oven to give me electrical, I need something. Okay, that's fine, but they take what they want and, okay, bye-bye. Okay, so I understand. But I must say, for example, the event we organized with the old person of the street, for the memory of the street, I was surprised that a lot of students, 22, 23, was very, very interested. So I can be so pessimistic, but I must say it depends. It's not common, but depend. Of course, when you do the part in the street, they come, of course, to it, of course, maybe. No, but see, sometimes because we have musicians, young musicians, and sometimes they come to perform with the guitar and they do something. But yes, are very not often for sure, but there are, yeah.
Thank you for sharing this. We in the project, in the Dialogue City project, we have a challenge, and it's to collect the views and the opinions of citizens and other groups towards the smart city concept and how they feel about it, what they need or what they don't need, or opinions as well. And we need to visualize this in order to give all our partners and some stakeholders like policymakers information about how we're going to go about this. So here in Aschaffenburg, they've made a shop, like it's on the high street, and they can actually, through the memory, start doing this. So in more Mediterranean, like Greek communities, how could you, maybe do you have any tips from that experience on how to approach, or what is the first question? I mean, I saw you said the first post you had from a woman was that she needed something to cook or so. She wanted to, okay, it was the opposite, okay. I guess there is no guideline, there's no roadmap.
You mean to engage people?
To collect some opinions, because you said I made mistakes with the community management, and we all know this.
Yeah.
That when you open up the floor, anything can come to you.
Yeah.
So how?
That's what I'm saying. I make a mistake because we were, at the beginning, we were not clear about the target. Now, social cities that start now is easy for them. For me, was very difficult at the beginning because, as you say, you receive everything. Also about how to manage the politics, for example, no? I have an interesting story, no, about how was the relationship with the municipality of Bologna and the social street. I make this little example that clarify what are the problems. There was my neighbor every morning want to run in the garden, in the park, and they saw the fountain that was leaking water. So he posted a picture in the group and say, look, there is the fountain is leaking water. Tomorrow morning, I come, you have just to change the ring. I can do in 2 minutes. One person answer, and they say, it's not your fountain. It's the fountain of the municipality. You can't touch because you are responsible if you touch something. And the person say, but I am the municipality. I'm taking care of my things. Why I must, if I change a light in my room, I must ask permission to who? Okay? So that's why in Bologna they started to create a sort of, they are called the agreement within. Because before Social Street in Bologna was a problem. If you are an association or an institution, you can collaborate. But if you are an individual, no way. Okay? So they tried to create a sort of contract, let's me say like that, that give also the possibility a single person to manage, for example, if you want to manage, take care of the fountain, fine. We make an agreement, the municipality make you a sort of insurance, or if you want to paint the benchmark, you can do. Yes, but with this, also in this approach, there is a problem. Because a lot of people we saw are not encouraged to do something, because some people say, okay, I don't work for the municipality, I don't want any contract. If I sign a contract with you that I take care of this, now you are responsible. And I'm doing this for free. So now I sign a contract, I'm responsible with you, I have to work for free. So, depends. No? There are people that are very passionate, social worker, but you are talking another part of the population. If you talk with people, normal people, people make this normal, simple consideration. A municipality don't think like that. They think to categorize everyone, to find an easy way to put people inside. And it's not like that. For example, when you saw the picture when we do the exhibition, I went to the municipality to ask permission. They didn't want to give me the permission because that wall is an historical wall. But I say, I don't put any, how we say, chiodi? I don't know. Nails. I say, we use a little gum that very... So basically, that event was illegal. Okay? But the mayor came to take a picture. So, okay. So it's not easy, and Bologna, Milan did better work because Bologna was the first. I understand there was a lot of mistake. They tried to manipulate too much this kind, and people is not stupid. People see when you see politics that try to englobe this project in another project that may be useful for your campaign. It's very sensitive topics. Milan have been more clever to be that in this one. They imagine which local department, so it's been in his way. But yeah, I don't know if I answered to your question, but it's difficult to give you input because another part is depend of where you open a social street. It's not all the same. For example, in Bologna, in the poorest area, difficult area, you can't open social street, impossible. Or you are a social worker and you know how to manage conflict, and you know, but normal people that want to try an experience like that is too difficult. Also for normal people want to manage, also a Facebook group, how you manage the conflict. Also manage a conflict is an hard work. It's an hard work. You need to have a personal skill to do this. And as I was saying, this is an informal movement. So a lot of people started and then say, no, I leave it. Many social streets. Now they are 300, but the requests were for 1,000 and 1,000, and only few there were, because, for example, I've been very lucky. I didn't have any experience, but luckily I have Luigi, that is a retired person, was a manager of pharmaceutics, so you know better how to manage the conflict. Sometimes I got too much cross, angry, and they say, no, leave it, wait, answer tomorrow, just to find a mediation. So are all these personal skills and soft skills that are not for everyone. But if you have some capacities, you find the right neighborhood in a good area, in the sense that we are talking about the environment and people. I think it's possible to create at least a pattern, as we did, because and then it went by himself. Yeah. Okay. Microphone.
I imagine that there's a big gap between the people who join the social network virtually and the people who join a real life meeting, project, event, whatever. Can you say something about this gap?
Yeah.
And are there possibilities to encourage people to meet in real life?
Okay, this is I was also very interested in this, and I have also some data. I did personally in Social Street. Usually is the rule of 10%. So if an event is online is for 100 people, 10 people can attend in real life. More or less is like that. Not always, depend of what you organize. For example, when we organize the party one time per year in this, not in the street, in Via Fondazza there is a square, but it was not a square, it was a parking. So also that one was a huge fight inside Social Street, because of course half of the residents say, I need a space to park my car. And the other half was say, we could use this as space to meet each other, because we don't have physical, or you go to the park, or you speak in the street, but we don't have physical space. So that was a very conflict situation to manage. At the end, in that case, I must say municipality helped, for example, because we report the situation to the municipality, and they say they decide to leave this space free and thanks to that square now we can do the party, because before it was impossible. Close the street is too much expensive. You can do if you don't have any funds, because you need special permission, you need some safety rule. It's complicated. In a square it was different. So at that kind of event, you can expect to engage more people. But again, the real objective is not neither to create. For example, I always make this example: when you go to a marriage, no, and you have a restaurant, and you have 300 people, you speak with 2 or 3 persons in front of you. So also the number is not that, as you say in your previous speech, when you say how you measure, no? I'm agree. It's difficult to say. I can say the social street works because there are 300 persons in the street. But 300 persons in the street that they don't know each other, that come from other part of the city, is out of my project. I prefer 20 persons of neighbor that they know each other and they can interact than 300 people that come just to show, take it in, and doing away. I prefer the party when everyone say, okay, this is a part of the city, but I am not the organizer, we are the organizer. So if you can play guitar, please come. You can make cake, please come. And we are 3 or 4 persons, maybe we are 20, like the first party was like that. Then New York Times in that sense didn't help, because everything we did was like an event, so you can expect also 1,000 people. But curious, people that didn't care nothing about the project because they want to be there, or they are cool, or they want to be associated, they want to take a picture, they want to do, but out of the project. So to answer to your question, yes, if you want a statistic from virtual, in the group of Via Fondazza there are now 2,000 members, habitants are 3,000, so basically 1,000 is out because old people or people that don't want to join. The interaction of the post online is high because there is when you have a question, for sure you have always an answer, and also this is another important point. So to feel part of something, you make a post and nobody answers you. So this is not the primary objective because online interaction is easy. The second part, to bring real, is more complicated, 10%, yes, more or less when you do something. But again, also if you are 2 persons, 3 persons, 4 persons that know each other is already an objective we reached, so it's fine, yeah.
I was curious about, do you manage, do you check if the people are actually living in the street or they are from someone other street, or everyone is welcome to join in some way?
Okay, so Social Street, as you understand, is a trust model. Also for the bike. No, we have been lucky, not only one bike has been installed, but on 20, so, but no problem. Anyway, also for to join the group is the same. At the beginning, now Facebook is improved as more opportunity, for example, to make question when you join a group automatically. But now, before, no. In fact, we have been invited to Facebook headquarters to discuss how to Facebook can help communities. We went in London to have a speech about that. But at the beginning, no. So at the beginning, when someone wanted to join, I ask you in private message to you and say, hello, thanks. Do you know what is Social Street? This is the link. Do you live in Via Fondazza? Of course, you can lie. But usually doesn't happen too much because when you enter, also for the online, no, answer to your question, when you collect a lot of people of every, if you give a guideline precise from the start, people react in different way. It's like, for example, when you enter in a house and you see all in order, all cleaned, no, you don't jump on the table with the shoes, no? Yeah. So it's the same. When you see all respect, or people in the post say thank you, please, no bad word. We take out everything regarding politics or polemics, or if you have something to discuss, it must be constructive. For example, we have the problem of the street was not cleaned for the dog, for example. Other people sending picture about the excrement of the dog, you know, and say this is not a good way to help. If we want to change, we remove the post. We spoke with this person in private and say, okay, this bother you, this is, okay, let's find a way how we can do. So together, we put some little bags every 20 meters and the gloves in the street. And they say, and we did another post saying, okay, we noticed there is this problem. We tried to do this. Maybe you can join and can help us to keep clean the street, and it worked. Resolve it. So, depend how you address the conflict situation. It's not easy. Yeah, we are finished. Yeah.
We are finished. Okay. I would say thank you again.
Okay.
We just need... Okay, we just need 15 minutes of focus before the lunch break. That's doable, no? Yeah, we can do it. All right, same procedure as last time. So I would like to ask each session reporter to tell us a little bit about what you talked about. I know you had already had like a very vivid discussion. Have you decided who would like to present? Do you want to maybe do it? They can all also. I can try. No? All right. Thank you very much, Irina.
Hello. I will do my first report of so be gentle. I decided to stay in session number 1 because I personally invite Federico to come here, and because it was really interesting to really meet him in person. In Italy, it's kind of famous, Social Street, like a lot of people know about this project, but it's kind of really far away of my Italy, because I mean from another part of the story, of the Italy. And Federico explained us the story of Social Street, and it explained us in a way that it was really like a personal thought. Social Street, it's an idea, a big love and a passion, like you say, and that grow up and in a way that you didn't expect at the beginning. And the important thing that Federico explained is that if you want to do something in which people really like to participate, it cannot be something that comes from the top. It cannot be something that comes maybe from the politician or from the government or from a project, maybe. You have to find something that people really want to do and something that people care. So after this reflection, we realized that our task will be not so easy in the Dialogue City project. I don't know if you want to add something.
Yeah, we have a very interesting conversation because how to create community and make this work is very complicated. But there is a possibility. You must analyze what is the real sentiment of the people and to see how to manage all problem in opportunity. This is what we try to do with the Social Street. But again, it was maybe a success because we looked also step by step. Also 2-person, 3-person that understand the real feeling of this project was a conquest. So we didn't expect 1,000, we didn't have a big objective. And working day by day and in the right direction, we achieved the result we wanted. So don't give up.
Thank you very much. Talk number 2, or discussion, Republika people. Is it you again?
Joachim is still on an interview, so maybe I just...
Okay, thank you very much.
That was like, together with Joachim, we made the session presenting the Republika, what the Republika is and was, and how it came to what it is. And also we talked that that is a place where, when the beginning 150 people, now more like 15,000 people coming together once a year for many days, like 4 or 5 days. Now we have a beach also in Berlin to party, but also to talk the whole day and to meet like-minded people in the same field. Like, for example, if next year the Dialogue City is in Republika, there will be also many other people from around the world doing similar projects or similar activities and to meet each other and to get inspired each other. And yeah, that was like, and to see why Republica is maybe a different digital event like a normal business or a government or society event. So that was more like a Republica show session.
Can you maybe in a nutshell say why is it different from your perspective?
Well, maybe because the beginning was like in Berlin, people coming together and like 2008, 2007 to say, okay, let's make the world a better place with the internet. So we didn't come together for marketing or for business or for whatever, just for, you know. So it was a little bit of maybe without a plan, with a lot of idealistic worldview, which, you know, so that was more or less. It was always a civil society movement, but not like, for example, the Chaos Computer Club meets every year, where it's very techy. It became together that we said the internet is about humans. That was maybe always the same thing. In the beginning, it was the internet is for nerds, and then we realized, oh, only the nerds will not make the society better. So we invited the society. Some say that was a mistake. Some say that was the right thing to do. And now it's like this year, we had the whole German government, all the ministers. I think one minister didn't come. We had all the chancellor were there. All the ministers had their own sessions. So now we are from the nerd meetup like 10 years ago. It became a 4-day event with an event for teenagers afterwards, and where all ministers come. So like the internet. In the beginning, the internet was for nerds, and now obviously the internet is for the whole society, and we have to think about what does it mean if it's for the whole society. So that was more or less the thing.
Cool, thank you. So, sounds like the project has a meeting at Republika next year. Coming to our last session, or no, third session. Wolfram, are you the one who's summarizing? Right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, I summarize a little bit what we did in our session number 3, what Martin Yoranidas told us, which message he had for us. He told us about the concept of personal digital archiving the Nestor Group worked on. It is some kind of toolkit which they offer especially for all cultural heritage institutions, for collecting cultural heritage institutions, for museums, archives and libraries, and a toolkit on which things they have to have a closer look on when they are talking to private people, to normal people from the streets, what they have to do at home to make their personal data possible to hand it over to an archive or to a museum or to a library. Because it's like at home in the paper times, it's not possible for you to throw every important piece of paper from your financial administration papers, your passports, your pictures, all in a room. And sometimes the day comes when you want to travel and you're looking for your passport, and then you have to go to this big mess and find your passport. In digital times, it's even the same thing. And Martin worked on, together with a group, on concepts how to store your data in a way so that you will find the information even in 20, and 30, and 40, and 50 years. After his presentation, we had a short discussion, a two-short discussion, and there we raised a couple of questions. Especially, the first one was that we outsourced the work, the archival work, to the people. How could we motivate the people to do this work? And this is very hard. In my point of view, we only can motivate them to bring their stuff in order so they have a positive thing out of it, to find things better. That's the first topic we were discussing about. The second big topic we just discussed very short, and the end is the whole right thing, because you have data and personal rights concerned with personal documents, with pictures from your holidays, from your family events and stuff like that. You have to manage that in the process when you are getting the data from the people, even diaries. And this is also an old topic. When you got a paper diary or letters, you also had personal information in that. But today, you really have to manage this topic so that you are able to work with this information earlier or later. Maybe the data you got from a person you are able to open in 30 or 50 years. For archives, that's not a problem. We are used to do that. For libraries and museums, it's a little bit difficult because you urgent want to work with the data you get. So these are the most two important topics we were discussing about. Everybody who wants to know more, please have a look on the homepage meindigitales-archiv.de, where they summarized all the informations, and thanks to Google Translate, I think the main message you will understand in the translation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wolfgang. Thank you for this beautiful metaphor of us going traveling and trying to find our passports. That helps a lot. Coming to the last session, I'm not sure, Stefan, will you report or who will report? Frank, you will report. Yes. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I do it like this because I've written down so much because Dr. Schrag is like talking so very fast. I wish I could have done some stenography. I don't know if I can get the picture, but Anthony Schrag is a lecturer of arts management and cultural policy, program leader of different festivals at Queen Margaret University in Edinburgh, and in Focus there's the discussion about the place of art in a social context. And to give you an example, once he had a meeting with different important people, and he was hanging under the roof, and the people came and said, well, come down, we have a meeting. And he said, no, come up. His point is to give a different picture, to have another perspective on art. He gives different examples of projects he did in the public, where, for example, he lets artists build a little ship out of trash, and they did in 3 days, and well, it was something that couldn't swim. Okay, and then he did people of the public build a ship of trash, and this thing could swim. But the whole thing gives a big discussion about what art can do and what people can do, and it brings in mind that when people work together, it might go wrong, but at least you can have a discussion about it. At least you can change the perspective on things. This is his main work. I've written down so much, I can tell you. And he asked if do actions align with interaction. So he said that art maybe don't save the world, but it can make you think about the world. It can make you think about what's going on and have a maybe different view on what's going on. And our discussion afterwards was, asked mainly by Stefan, how he managed risks, because his performances sometimes are very risky and might be dangerous. And Anthony said that he had different situations compared to risk. You know, he had the risks of the institution, who always asked if your art will have a result that we can use, if there will be an output, if will it give us some reputation. And he said, no, I don't know if it will give you some reputation, but at least there are people talking about it, people discussing about it, and maybe find some own solutions to some problems. And this is what he likes to do. He will activate you to do it, to ask the right questions. This is what art can do. At least this is what I took about it. So,
thank you very much. All right, I would say it's lunchtime. We meet back here again at 1:20. It's okay, I hope 55 minutes. And while lunching, I would encourage you to already think of, is there maybe a question or a topic that you would like to host during our BarCamp sessions? At the moment, I already see 2 topics, but there's more, hopefully, to be filled. All right, enjoy lunch. It will be over there in room Briançon. Get more people in. All right. We would like to get started again. Please. I also have the feeling we're missing out on something else, no? there is something that we are missing. The Italians. They're not here, no? Like I couldn't find them, I'm not sure. All right, I guess we can start and then they will just join. So the second part of the day will be the BarCamp sessions, obviously. And I already count 7 topics on the post-its in total. The way we're going to do it is that I will give you now again a few minutes to think if there's another question topic that comes to your mind so that you can still add on the post-it. And then we will see how many sessions we have. Maybe we can combine some questions so we can put them in the schedule. So I would give you again 4 or 5 minutes just to think if there's another topic, something that you would like to contribute. Maybe I can already read what we have. That makes it maybe easier. So, one proposal, Heimat Hub, analog and digital platform for regional history powered by participation, knowledge, data, and cool technology. Then we have the topic of responsible smart city design. A question, what kind of questions we need to ask citizens to start the dialogue and collect their needs in the digitalization process. Elisa has a question about, or has a talk about the virtual creative place for female artists and others. Next one, how can we apply digitalization to an artistic performance without losing humanity? This one I like. ... And what about small, conservative, not connected, and grumpy city transformation? And then another one, City Lab small, medium, big. And this one is already set because I think they already set up something in the room. From Dima Aschaffenburg, how can values, ethics, and diversity be embedded into an AI system? This is what we have so far. Take a minute or two, and I already see Wolfgang adding some topics. So please, if you want to add a topic, there's more post-its and a pen.
And then we redistribute ourselves
Then,
to the room so that...
Then I will try to put the sessions together and see if there's person-wise that it works out. Oh, all good.
All of them together because this one is standing on the side and nobody sees that there is a subject.
Yeah, but it's not about voting yet. It's just about adding topics.
Okay.
We will have a short presentation about the topics. Okay. So 1 last minute to add a topic, last call. All right. 2 more questions. 3. Cool. All right. As a next step, I would like you to maybe sit down again so that we have a bit of overview. So that we get an overview of who would like to talk about which question or topic. I would like you again to just briefly summarize in a minute what is the motivation for you to host this session. So I will start with the Heimat Hub. We can do that, but first I would like to present and then we can combine. So Heimat Hub, who was the person who handed in the Heimat Hub topic? Was it you? Okay. Okay. So the first topic that is proposed.
Yes, the Heimat Hub people from Aschaffenburg will speak about our Heimat Hub project. And it's a network with analog, digital and shop systems, of course. There are 3 digital shops in the region, like the digital shop in Aschaffenburg. And it's about a large network also and an online citizen archive like by Dialog City. And we have to look how we bring it together also. And you are invited and come, please.
Thank you very much, Joachim. The second topic is about the responsible smart city design. I think it was Frank. Can you maybe explain briefly your responsible smart city design?
I hate normal smart cities, therefore I created a own view on smart cities called network cities, which explain and why smart cities are a problem for our society and give new answers how perhaps we can use it in another way and learn how to make a digital future which is workable.
All right, thank you, Frank. The next question was about the need to ask citizens to start dialogue and collect their needs in the digitalization process. Who handed in this question?
Yeah, so it all goes back to my concern about the implementation of our project. And I would like to discuss ways and methods, successful ones or failed ones, to be able to open this dialogue with citizens, because it's not always easy to talk to them about what's interesting in their everyday life while you're trying to get some information to create an infrastructure or a solution for everyday life.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's another question next to it that is just how can we involve citizens? I think you put it. I'm asking if we can, it has potential to combine, maybe. Yeah? Oh, I'm sorry.
similar things. That was how can we involve the local government in our town?
There was local government.
Local government. It's similar. And Irene said how we can involve citizens.
Okay.
It's true? Yes. Okay.
Okay, maybe Irene can. So, one about the local government.
Yes, I think we really need to think about how we can do this and which kind of population we want to involve with our project and how. So I would like to have advice and share opinions.
Maybe marry you two, maybe, is a topic. Is that possible? Okay, so we're going to put these two together. Basically, it's together. Elisa, do you want to talk about... Where is Elisa? Are you?
Ruth.
Okay, Ruth, because it's...
I try. Elisa is a virtual reality, internet-based creative quarter for females and others. I guess the female perspective is in everything, but it's sleeping. And I guess we have to awake the female perspective for making more outcome of our projects. And I like to talk about with Frank. He is one of the team members.
But I'm not female.
But
yeah, we asked ourselves if there is a platform for female artists, and we don't find something like that. And we build up a creative three-dimensional room in the internet for female artists so that they can present themselves, they can present their projects and their art, and they have the possibilities to meet there and to discuss certain things, problems, whatever. So female stuff, yeah, to have coffee and stuff like that. So that they don't have to travel or something else. They can meet there. There's a place in the internet for female artists to meet, to present their arts, and maybe to sell something like that. So it's a digital platform mainly for female artists and others. So whoever that might be.
All right, thank you, Frank. Next question. How can we apply digitalization to an artistic performance without losing humanity?
Yes, we would like to understand how to include digitalization in an artistic process without losing humanity, because maybe people are scared about digitalization, and we want to make them comfortable with them.
Thank you. Yeah, what about the small, conservative and grumpy cities?
I think it's just the other way of putting the question about how to involve citizens and politicians and so on. Yeah, I think I can come with it.
So is it because there's at the moment I see two. One is about how to involve citizens, and one is how to involve the local government. Where would you?
Yeah, there is it's really about both. So
it's both, or can we also put all of this together?
Yes.
All right.
Is it okay with you, Maria Lisa?
Then we put basically.
We will see. Yeah, we will see. Yeah, because when we talk about digital city or the smart city or the innovative concepts for the cities, we are very often talking about big cities. And what about Besançon? What about Graz? What about Mondeville and so on?
Very good point. Okay. Then we have the city lab, small, medium, big.
The idea is that we have so many city labs, hubs, whatever, in small cities, medium-sized cities, big cities. Of course, everybody knows Barcelona and everything, but also I'm looking, for example, like in Germany or in Europe, how can we connect above the level of one city lab better? Because you have European initiatives with some cities. You have in Germany the city lab network. You have so many networks. But are we organized good for sharing experiences, critical reflections, for example, the grumpy, not involved citizen, or other things we don't like to see or we don't see in our city, but maybe other cities see it in our city because they had the same positive or negative past. So like the meta network of city labs and small, medium and big. That one. Do we have a European City Lab Association? And do we need it or shall we not need it?
All right, thank you. So the next one up here. How can we create a connection between out and capital? I need help with this one. I cannot read it so well.
For the writing. Yes, it's a big question. I say, how can we create a connection between art and the digital world in our town? It's a big question. I understood this morning, and also today, that topics, the key of digital city project is created a connection, a community connection. And the big question is, yes, but how? In our town, I come from a little city. It's not easy to do this. In Aschaffenburg is easy. And so it's a big question. How can we do?
Big question, ask. Okay. How to collect born digitals?
Yes, not only born digitals, but I think we have to think about how we collect and why we are collecting and who is collecting and how we can cooperate in this field. I will tell you something about, perhaps as some kind of impulse, how we are working in my home city in Eskilstuna, where we have a good collaboration or cooperation between archives, libraries and museums, so that we are not competing with each other, but that we are cooperating. And then we have to talk about how we collect, who is collecting what for.
Nice, thank you very much. And there is one last question on this side. How to set up the residencies? Looking into artist direction, probably. No? Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yes, we want to understand how to set up the residencies, in particular the artistic residencies, because in Italy we will organize them with other partners.
All right, thank you very much. I guess you can help with that. And one last topic, not to forget, again, the DIMA, Aschaffenburg. Do you want to say a few words?
So, hi everyone. So, the Digitale Manufaktur is a platform that aims to support citizens in developing their ideas into projects for the city. And today, we'd like to invite you to join us and to learn how can we get human-centered artificial intelligence to be used in community engagement. And also to help us to answer this question: how can participatory values, ethics, and diversity be embedded into an artificial intelligence system? So if you want to join us, just get to the room Kofu
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Room number 4.
And help us too.
So you're very welcome. Actually, we have the project going on, and I thought it's a good fit. So moreover, we have already all the posters and the messages installed. It means if we with this big session just cover the room Corfu at the end, you're very well invited to come to us, and we have open questions for all of us. Oh.
But I think we need lots of time for our workshop setting, because we have a workshop setting, but I think it's great if you are joining us and help us to answer this question.
Okay, all right. Okay, so now all the topics are presented. As I'm counting, we have, if you do not merge, we have nine sessions. Originally we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. Originally we planned for 8 sessions, which is not a problem at all. We can do 10. The most important is that there's not one person discussing with him or herself. So as long as we find a tandem or 3 people discussing one question, why not? We don't need a big group. So my proposal would be that I now try to switch it put it to the slots. You have to help me a little bit because I know some people put multiple questions, so you cannot split up. And if there's maybe a topic or somebody finds him or herself alone, then maybe this person decides to go to another session. I would do it in that way. Are you okay with that? Yes. Yes? Cool. Okay, then I would just put it in that order and say, Heimathub, session 1. Responsible Smart City Design, Frank, session 2. Then we have the cluster of how to involve. Yeah. See, this is why you have to help. That's perfect. So basically, you go here. So we have this combined question of how to involve citizens and local governments, especially in grumpy cities. This is like I put them all together. We can also split into 2, but this doesn't work together here. It needs to go here.
I thought they all belong here.
No, I think they're a different team.
Okay.
Or if not, shout out, please. But I thought you were different.
You can just put them a second slope.
We can do that. And we put them here. So we have all the chance that you can start the discussion here and then dive deeper here. We have the Forum for Female Artists. Please tell me if it's okay if I put it here. How can we apply digitalization to an artistic performance without losing humanity? Shout out if not possible. City Lab, it's about knowledge sharing networks. How can we create this? I would put it as a 5th session in the first.
Maybe it's a sidekick for session of design, not like.
Yeah? Together or?
Maybe just as an add-on.
Okay. Then you'll be hosting it together. So the connection between the physical and the digital, how to build community, no? If I'm correct? Is it okay if I put you here because I know that you were having several questions? Is it okay if I put you here in this slot? Does it work? Okay. And then how to collect the born digitals, session number 4, and session number 5, how to set up art residencies. But then you would be in parallel here. Is it okay? Yeah? Okay. Does that sound like a program to you for the afternoon? Are you?
Nadja,
yeah.
This is the analog form from Eliza, I think. Perhaps it could.
Yeah, it could go together. I would ask maybe the person who handed in the question, because from what I understood, Eliza was more focused on female artists. Yeah? Okay, then we put this one here. All right. Cool. So this is going to be the program for our afternoon. Again, we will have to, I can also come back to the front. Again, we will have 2 sessions, 4 speakers. We meet after each session here again and do a debrief, meaning sharing what the other sessions talked about. Same procedure as in the morning. Do you have a question?
Can it be like a group conversation or to be like someone explaining theory?
No, exactly. That's maybe good to mention. So there's no rules to that. Do whatever you want with this session, what feels good to you. If there's a starting question, then you have an open discussion, super cool. If there's somebody who has like a little report or some input, also nice. So really use it. It's your time, the way you want it. Okay, are the topics now clear, or should I maybe read them out again for this slot number 1? Are you able to decide? No, there's a discussion.
Still on the layout.
Yeah.
Because they're very similar.
Yeah, we can do that.
Digital and humanity
Yeah.
put together. So.
I mean, Nadja, this is very important to be deep dive, and we need time.
Okay.
And this is citizens and government.
Okay.
Two different.
Okay, so you want to split up citizens and government?
Yeah.
We can do that. Then we do it like this. This is the citizens, and this was both. So.
Can be like that.
Can be like the common. The common. It's in the middle.
I don't know if she can. I don't know if she can split up. Okay. All right. So is everybody clear where you have to go now and which session is where? Okay, I can read it out again. Session number 1 will stay here, Heimathub. Session number 2 about artist residencies and female artists will go to Mondovi, this room there. Session number 3 about how to connect physical and digital and how to put humanity back to the digital space will be in Graz, the next room. Session number 4 about DIMA Aschaffenburg. They already have a workshop concept going for AI and human values is in the last room.
We changed. No, it's here because it's fit more together.
Okay.
Citizen labs.
Okay.
Together in the analog and digital world.
Okay. If Jens is fine with that, we will meet back here. Wait, I need the time.
Unser Problem ist
we meet back here at 2:50. Ah, no. Wait, what is the debriefing session? No, at 2:30. Yeah, but 2:40, let's say. I have a bit more time. 2:40. Yeah, I think 2:40. 2:40.
At first the question, zuerst die Frage, könnte ich Deutsch sprechen? Oder? No? Okay. Yeah. I'm not in training to speak English, but Frank, I think we will do it together. Yes. Welcome to this workshop. We will talk about the Heimat Hub for the Bavarian Lower Main, digital, analog, together. Yes, we made it together.
Yes, and I think it's yeah. Okay. Wow, perfect. Okay, I think we really make it a kind of discussion because all the things you will now see came from a discussion. From discussion how to get people who are usually totally unknown to digital life in the towns outside of Aschaffenburg,
yes,
in the deep forest of the Spessart, and how to show them that there is a need for digital things.
Yes, this was one of the first questions when we think about this project. And the first thing was a dialogue between the Stadtarchiv team here in Aschaffenburg and the Kulturlandschaft Karlgrund Verein.
It's hard to translate, but it's a cultural association in Karlgrund.
Yes. And we meet us and we talked about our projects. And so we have seen there are some
we have things in common.
Yes.
This is the start of a network project, but one thing I said I'm just the consultant and help. Please, yellow card for this girl. She's always making fun of me. And we noticed that this network does not only has to have an analog aspect to meet at places, but it must have a digital partner.
Yes, and yes, I come from the village near Aschaffenburg, 15 kilometers from here, and I can say there is the questions about the digitalization, there are not very important there. Yeah, and so we came together, and there is a question: what is home for you? And because the name of the project is Heimat Hub, it's an idea from Frank.
I always have the ideas, the others have to fill them with content. So Heimat is a very special word in Germany. Many people do not like it because it's old-fashioned. But here in this area, it's a sign for heart and soul and for the neighborhood and for the family. And Heimat, how could we translate it? It's our home, but more our homeland, our families. It's the place where we like to live, where we love to live. This is Heimat. Not?
Yeah. Today I also have asked me what is home for me, and I have think it's a place we can talk together, we can meet together, we can be together, and with the project Heimat Hub, it's a project to meet together, to share things together. And yes, it's a project to be together.
Yes, and therefore you have to have places, and this place, I think you will take later, these anchor places, and you have to have technology. And okay.
Now you can see the project started official in January 22, but in the whole year 21 we talked about the concept from this project, and the Heimathub is planned as an innovative digital hub for local history in the Bavarian Lower Main. And it's a participatory project in which knowledge about the regional history can be documented, bundled, and also further developed. You can use the Heimathub also to write about things. You can, on the one side, you can document. You can
send your photos from your family, old photos, all the old papers you may find in the cellar. Yeah, and it was so interesting because there is a lot to find, I think, in the houses and the areas where the people live, but there's nobody who will read it or see it. So with this possibility to make a kind of digital archive, which is able that people can visit it by themselves if they are part of the project, suddenly we are able to invite them to share their own history of their Heimat.
Yeah. Of their Heimat,
yeah.
Yes. And today the big chance in this project, we can use digital technology, because in the small villages there are no archives. You can bring some photos or audios, videos there in the
museum, for example.
In little museums or so, but there's no structure for an archive. Yes. Yeah. So we think the digital technologies are a big chance for these things, but it's very important to combine this with an analog system, to meet another, to explain how something will function, to inform, to make networking, to learn together.
There's one point, Markus, we have to come back later when Jens will meet us. It's also a kind of digital hub, a hub of knowledge, because all the things we learn there, we will share. We will share with the people. If they ask us or not, we will share this, our informations, our learning with them. And I think this is a big point for, as you wrote, normally for big cities, big projects. But we will have, I think, 3 different kind of places where knowledge is shared, like in labs.
Yes. So these places are, you can see there. There is in the center, Aschaffenburg, with a digital shop in the city. And there is the yellow point, Eschau. It's a small village. There is a partner called Burglandschaft. They have a good network since a lot of years.
Beautiful network built up of old chateaus and old, what's the name for fortresses? Fortresses,
yes. And there's then a new place in Mömbris. It's my place where I work, and where the Kulturlandschaft Karlgrund comes from. And so these are the shops where people can go, and we also go to the people and make workshops for information and so on.
Who has invented the word anchor places? Who was it? I think it's a really good description, even it's coming from using ships, but these anchors are in the cities, and these are places where people can come to exchange things about their Heimat, but also the knowledge they had. And I think these are places for teaching how to use new ways of digital archiving, for example. Yeah.
I think the name Anchor it's a good picture because you stay there, but also you can lift the anchor and go.
They run away if they don't like us. Okay,
go in other villages and cities and so on, or go to Graz. Yes, so you can see here it's a digital Stadtlabor. There are 2 persons work there. It's Vajos and Anna. It's
it's open for the public, for citizens. Just wait a minute. Perhaps this could be a chance to invite Jens, perhaps, because this is exactly a city labor. Yeah, it's built out of the idea of that we would like to invite the citizens to work with us, and there are workshops for associations, for partners. If this is the idea of labors you have in mind when you're posting your paper?
No, it's one example to do it, and I think we have a growing net of city lab ideas. So every city has a different approach because, like, what is a lab? What is a hub? And so I know that the City Lab Berlin, for example, is quite active, and they developed several analytics about what they do. They just had a celebration for 3 years and all this. So, and they're going to start a network, as far as I'm informed, about the city labs in Germany. But of course, city lab is not like, this is a city lab, this is a car, this is a bicycle, this is a city lab. So, because a city lab is growing from different kinds. Like here you have the Heimat focus and the remembering, the digital remembering, and connecting the past with the future and the present. So, and some city labs are more based on like citizen participation for certain ecological stuff or whatever, and they all are sharing the same idea, doing something based on an open-minded, open data, open web concept, and but make it real for the people. Like, what are you doing in the internet? Why is the internet good for my little town? And for me, as a Wikipedian, for example, I can say that there's something called RegioWiki, which is like a regional Wikipedia. The Wikipedia is the big Wikipedia, and you have certain regulations. Who can have an article in the big Wikipedia, and maybe not every mayor of a city is relevant enough for the big Wikipedia, but relevant for the RegioWiki. And also in the RegioWiki you can share more knowledge about the region, as the name says. So maybe the idea of a RegioWiki, which is now a little bit of revived in Germany, can be a place where remembrance can start. And this was a very concrete example of what can a city lab do for this part. And I think it's now the moment, and I think that also City Lab in Berlin and all the others think, to connect, to make a loose connection between all the city labs and labors and hubs and what else on labs, fab labs, maybe, you know, and to share what are you doing, what is your focus point, and to connect each other, because if you do something together, you can share ideas, and it's easier to fight against people who say, that's a crazy idea from the internet, we don't want this. So it's like a next level. We don't need more lighthouses. The time for building lighthouses are over. Now we need the streets which are connecting all the lighthouses. We need area, not towers. And I think this is what I wanted to bring in. And I like Heimat Hub because Heimat Hub is already something for the area. It's not like one city, it's an area. So the Heimatab is already a step, a regional step into connecting. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. And please, as a professional in this, please interrupt us immediately if there's something very good, mostly when it's very good, but also if you have a bad idea, okay? Okay. Okay. Really? Yeah.
To go in the area was a very important thing in the when we talk together. Yeah, there I have read there in Aschaffenburg. There's Aschaffenburg 2.0, and oh, it's a good idea. But it's in Aschaffenburg. You must drive by car, by bus to talk with them.
It's
we can don't because with the question we participate there or we go together this way.
Yeah, I think we see it's a little bit. It's not normally to say this in this way. We are like a virus spreading over the other area. Yeah.
But I think it's also good to have such a place because everybody agrees. Okay, the internet has to be there for the humans. But then, you know, if everything is there for everything, nobody feels responsible. And if you start having a place, you start say, okay, the day has 24 hours, something the internet didn't change. And you only have money for 3, 4, 5 people, and maybe for 20 people you support as freelancing or as a Ehrenamtler. Komm jetzt gar nicht drauf. Anyway, what I want to say is that you say, okay, this is what we can do this year. We can reach out to the schools, or we can reach out to the sport clubs, or we can reach out to the libraries. But we cannot go to the schools, the libraries, the sports clubs, the mayors, the gardening clubs, because then we will break down in 2 weeks. So I think it's important to accept the reality that not everything is digital, which keeps us human maybe, but to say, now we have this in Aschaffenburg, and from Aschaffenburg, we have to bring the people to Aschaffenburg and all have this as an anchor point. And of course, you can go online everywhere, but you have to be in Aschaffenburg on this day or on this weekend to be part of this. So this makes us like, I think it's important. Yeah. It's connecting and it has some sort of, it's important to create responsibility. Yeah. Sounds weird, but I think that's important. I mean, the internet made everything fluid, and now we have to come back to, after, you know, the old way is gone, everything is fluid, and now we have to find new, more stable areas, a little bit.
Thank you.
This is a place in Mömbres, the second anchor point. And this is
I love this one very much. This one, I want to visit it soon.
It's an old major house in Eschau. Ich denke, wir gehen jetzt schneller weiter. And I think now we will talk something about the development of the digital platform.
Now, because this was in beginning very difficult, because we have to make sense of it. To have technology doesn't mean there's a sense by using it or by showing or explaining it. And the process to find out what we really need was a long one, a good one. No contraries, but a good one. But it takes a long time, right?
Yeah, it's really a long. I don't know if it is a long time because it's my first project in this way.
Believe me, it was a long time, but a good time.
Yeah, our platform will have some parts like the part journal, archive, network, and participation.
Yeah, but I think you say it so nonchalant. It was a hard process to define it because you can also say informations or normal words, and it was a hard decision. Yeah. The hard decision to find it, and suddenly everybody was fine with it.
Yeah.
So you just...
Thank you. Very interesting that you are thinking now of collecting, but have you a collection strategy behind all this? This is what I want to discuss in the afternoon in the next session. So yes. This is why I'm very interested to hear what are your thoughts about that, because I think everything you will get in is perhaps not. Do you think everything you will get in is important, responsible, for whom? And why are you doing this with balanced to your resources?
It's a good question, and it's not easy to manage. Yes. I think at the moment we are on this point. We must look for first
content.
For the first content for the Heimathub. Yeah, we talk with some local history.
What he means, we take everything until now, just to have the first content.
And yeah.
What are you doing with it when you say, okay, this is not longer relevant? Then people will be disappointed and they won't give you something.
The first thing is when I came from the village, and I can see there is no place for the important things, also for the unimportant things. Yes, that's it. Yeah, and there are we have seen there are a lot of people. They have photos. They tell a good story from the daily life through the last 100 years. Yeah, but not all the photos are important. Only something. Now, this will be an archive for everyone. Yes, so everyone can put everything there in this in his own account. That's the first thing.
Yes, I think the main problem is until now there are really professionals, like Joachim Kemper. There are historians, and they will certainly have a look on it. But in the moment, we are more waiting for the first insulting pose, for the first thing. Yeah. Okay, two professionals also, Björk and then Björk.
I have a question about if I can upload something. It is not quite sure that everyone will do a data upload responsible with a big responsibility. So maybe there is illegal music or illegal objects or anything, and how will you manage all of this? So that this would not happen, or viruses or anything like that in data packages.
Okay, I will answer. This is a question especially for professionals like Joachim Kemper, I think. But I learned that there is I
don't know the English name of Nutzungsbedingungen. We have it's German, but yes, okay. And these conditions have to sign by all users. And if they do illegal things, of course, we have, like we are in Impressum, we have people who go to our laws, of course, and then fight against it. But yes, the border is of, in my opinion, you may upload, but then we have a look at it, and then we think, and of course we kick it out. And in the Stadtlabor, there's no problem in the last 2 years.
Could we please, after this next question, after your question, go on?
Okay, my question is that I'm joining to the railway, so what is relevant information? How can we select? And how can we evaluate so the worth of the information? Because to build up an archive, a digital archive, it's really important to not only to check, because if we accept that historians and the professionals can check the uploaded materials or the incoming materials, that it's they are legally okay. But how can you, the other part of it, how can you motivate the people to go in? Because if the elderly people or the people who you cannot popularize this project because they are remote places or they are not connected, but perhaps they have the most precious personal archive. So you can find a way to approach them, to reach them. I taught at a university in Hungary, and I asked my students for homework to visit their grandmothers, grandfathers, and try to use their documents, their materials, their photos, and their memories. And we could reach more people in that way than only 80s advertisements or some other media popularization. So I think that this is very important to motivate and to reach the appropriate people.
I think we will steal this idea immediately. we're creating. Last week we have a workshop of communication. I think we have a good plan to talk to the people, analog and dialogue. But this is a great idea, and we will not steal it. We will adopt it. I think it's one point which is really good: the direct contact from people who know each other. And we talk about everything, all possibilities to get in touch via our anchor places or digital things.
It should be not accidental.
Right. It's planned. It's planned. And this could be part of our campaign. Therefore, thank you very much. It's very good.
It's a real important thing. And it's an analog thing from this project. Digitalization will not function without this analog side.
I have to be fair. Before you was a question there, and then I said, please let us talk a little bit further into this platform, because so in the next 10 minutes you wouldn't hear about anything, how it's built up. So sorry for this. And I remember that you were the first one. If there's time, you can start. Then Oliver, okay? And then okay.
Okay. I have maybe a little provocative question. If you say that this will be as a private personal archive for the Heimat, people who are living there, is it really okay that the taxpayers are paying for my private archive? Because it's you that you are doing it.
Just one answer from me: yes, because I'm not an archivist, I'm not a scientist in this place, but I'm interested in the history of the place where I live. I came from the Ruhrgebiet, and I read nearly everything. I wanted to know why my family came from a little town in such a place.
I understand, but how do you argue with your taxpayers or with your politicians to give them money for something like that?
This is, I first wanted to make a session about how to tell it the people who are deciding what to do. Yeah, and this is a session which, this is a day, this could be a BarCamp by its own. I made one with artists some year ago, and we have many solutions for this. The best one I ever liked was an elder community worker. And she said, I'm so old, I see so many of my bosses going dead through the river. So there are many, many things. And I think we are possible here with the Stadtarchiv, Stadt- und Stiftsarchiv to make such a BarCamp on this. Oliver, very short, because we only have 9 minutes
just
to
a
go.
provocant counter to this. We have a lot of personal archives founded by public money from famous persons. Why making the difference between famous persons and not famous persons? So that's what we have digitalization for democratization too, you know. And but building and rising a community is quite really heavy. And so you said, how do we get people to deliver not accidental? I think to pick them up in an accidental way. Start with accidental and get them more into structure. And like when you use public transport to have like a cooperation with the public transport, then when you pass a history place or something, then that things pop up and you get some background information to this place. Or like everywhere where people have their daily life, how can they contribute there? And how can they repeat also their historical information? So we have to combine the accidental with the structured way, in my opinion. So it's really hard. There are a lot of platforms costing a lot of money, like Facebook. It's too far now, but this would be a thing I would think about, how to combine daily life with archiving.
Okay, we will look to the platform a little moment. Okay, I have tell you there are archive. We talked at the moment. There is a journal, and we also talked about the network. You can see here the presentation of the archive. There are, the first site. You can see some content. Also, the used content will presented here, and there is the part this part will be activated the users to
share
their things, and here is a site. You can.
I think this, if you want to search for something,
yes,
and this was not so easy because as a technician, I have to discuss with scientists. How can we find things and how can we make it easy? But I think it's easy. First, you have there this timetable, right?
Yes, there is
from.
Genau. There is a timetable. You can. Write down for in which time you look for something, and then there are a lot of themes like architecture, art and culture, politics, religion, sport, social life.
And I like this one because
yes,
the filter for the different kinds of formats, because you are not overwhelmed with photos. If you're looking for a film, and there is a film, 100-year-old film around this area, you surely find it.
Yeah. And there are audio, picture, card, text and videos. And our first impulse in our club, we make interviews with elder people, and we look for a place where can we share these interviews. We have the interviews on a computer at home, but it's important for the historical society, I think, yes? Mm-hmm. And we need this place, and this is this place. We create it here, yes? Mm-hmm. And an also important thing is Quelle, where the things come from a private person or from a public institution, yes? All the things we ask the people when they bring it here in this archive, yes? And also you can use it when you look about something.
Yeah. And when I could say something about where I dream about where this project will go to, this is a very modern version of a website. It's a so-called progressive web app. We are able to combine all this information with places, and with your smartphone you will find them. So this could be a future project to bring all these things back to the places they were found or where they from. So Graz is laughing a little bit. They do it too, yes? No? Okay. Okay, next slide.
Okay, yeah. Next slide. A very important thing. You have asked how we can talk to the people, we can motivate them to be here on the Heimat Hub, is the part networking. And there are one thing, you have a profile as a private person or institution or a club. You can so you can find other persons or other institutions. You can find it now faster, and you can getting in contact together.
If they want to.
When you want.
if they want to too, not only if you want.
Yeah, yeah.
So. And this part is very interesting because there are so many different kind of events around this anchor points. You get the information when you're visiting the site, and all the partners are informed what will upcoming next. And the upcoming next site, next site?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sorry? When will it be, November?
I hope November.
Yeah. Yeah. We are busy working.
And we have two kinds of network. There is a user network. Yeah, we collect, share, learn, communicate, and the user network are associations, initiatives, private individuals, local history, societies, remembrance initiatives, other social groups. Individuals, yes. Also, we have here district curators, Landkreis,
county.
Yes. In the county here, there are also
without being paid. The people, it's a honor to work. Yeah. The payment is an honor.
Yes.
And love.
And they are connected with this local history societies and so on. There are archivists and little museums also in the villages.
And the second part, the expert network, I told you, you've always forgot the technicians. And the consultants.
Oh, yes.
Always. For what am I in this project? Not to be mentioned. So this is the consultants of this project is very interesting, because these are people who are like this idea, like to learn from this idea and help building up perhaps the next generation too after we are finished it. Yes, and these are professionals from universities and special project partners which are able to help us to go a little bit deeper in the things perhaps we forgot. And it's a lot we could forget. We will for sure forgot before it starts. So it's a learning by doing. Okay, just one.
These are the project partners.
I think just have a few on it.
Yes, only a few, and
we have a few on it, just a few. 2, 3, 2, 1. Next slide.
Yeah. These are the. They give us some money.
Yeah. And I will give Jens a last chance, because yes, you have to you have to listen. Yes, I know. Is it what we are planning, this digital and analog version of this world of knowledge from the Heimat? Is it a point you see as a value of a lab, as a city lab? Could it be more than we are planning it now?
Yeah, surely. I mean, it's a lab could be. The good thing here is that it's connected. You can have easy ideas to connect with the people. You can have certain events, or like family events, or you can invite like grandmother is talking with the son. A lot of things I can imagine to activate things that are happening, because people like to talk about things. And so you have the people who are intrinsically going to a website like this and uploading pictures. But I can also imagine like the shoebox event, where you could invite people, like bring the shoebox from the seller. And of course, there are 100 pictures from grandma and grandma. Nobody should or want to see them outside of the family, but maybe there are 5 photos from the streets of one of the cities. And then, for example, it's a good meetup, then you have to connect it with some nice ideas, with a festival, some prizes, whatever, Volunteers like to be appreciated. So I think it's a good idea. It sounds weird, but for if you remember, in America, there are the oral scouts, like young people recording oral history by going to places and interviewing people. So it's a possible way for the average citizen to connect, to find new sense online and to discover the region. It's not only for the ones who, like the Wikipedians and the historians, who are crazily genetically weird, so we like we like to talk about the past, because you can learn something from the past for the future. But no, also the people who have normal lives, saying like, okay, maybe let's do something nice. Let's on Sunday have a shoebox event. So something nice for the kids, So I think this can become part of something which happens, for example, in Aschaffenburg, in the shopping area. And then it's like, Mom, why are we taking the old shoebox I think we're going to Adidas and buy some new shoes. Yeah, but we buy new shoes and we take the shoebox. So I think, you have to find things to connect a website with the daily life of the people, and then I think the digitally become something of the normal daily life. And you can, to close with that, I know that 9 out of 10 people, they go to the Elvis Presley article in Wikipedia to find out when was Elvis born. They just want to check the date, because they are sitting in the bar and discussing when was Elvis born. Okay, but there's the 10th person visiting the Elvis Presley article and reading the date when he was born, and then reading more about Elvis, and discover some truth about Elvis and how he stole music and all this, So you have to verführen. What is like? To have to seduce people to knowledge.
And I think that is it's a hard job, but it's worth the job to reduce this complex life with all its wars and whatevers, and to find new stability, new anchor points, I think. So yeah, cool. I like this this idea. We have to develop good ideas for city labs. It's still in the making, but we need to do it so that we know what works and what doesn't work.
For this long speech. Regarding the time, unfortunately, I would say thank you to you two. I know that you are actually trying to show something. I'm not, you can still continue your discussion. I tried to get the other ones to this room for the debrief, but this is official break time, so if you also want to maybe do something different, feel free.
So our final question is, do you like our project?
So I would. Can you maybe postpone this to the coffee? Okay, I think I have to speak louder. All right. Welcome back, everybody. I feel that there was a lot of inspiring talks going on, and I understand that you would like to continue them. That's why I would like to do a really quick debrief session. We do have then a coffee break. So the quicker we are with the debrief, the longer you will have a coffee break and also chance to discuss more. So I would like to start with our session about Heimathub. Maybe, Frank, as you're already standing here, can you just give a brief summary about what you talked about?
For sure. Heimathub is an analog and digital platform for historical remembering, and it's also a connection network point for people outside of the city of Aschaffenburg, more rural places around, to get in contact with new technologies. And we are working on this platform for since January this year, and they will start in November with it. And our aim is not only to collect things around the word Heimat, as the place that I will ask later, Wolfram, what does it exactly mean in English? Places where we love to live and our family lived for many, many years, or not. And we will connect people to get in contact with history, but also with other people who wanted to learn about technology and digital new ways of archiving and remembering.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I can maybe add to this. So the discussion was a bit about what is the strategy for actually collecting all this data? What do you do with this? How do you select what is important, what is not important? And also how to cross the boundary from the digital to also analog space. And I think for this Heimathub, it's a very good example that you can ask Frank and Markus about.
Markus.
Right. Cool. Thank you very much. Session number 2 was about artist residencies, if I remember correctly, and a space for female artists. Yes. Frank, you're already on your way. Perfect. You're like...
Just a quick one. Yes, we talked about the project ELISA and how to set up residencies. And we asked ourselves how to deal with artists in reality and in prisons, how to deal with them in digital ways, and how to spread messages to reach artists and interest people. We asked ourselves how to make internet more female. We talked about high context, low context, and a change of culture in the reception of female arts. We don't have an answer to all those questions, but it was very interesting to be part of this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank. Is there maybe one thing that you would like to add, Irene, to the talk?
Yes, I discovered something that was amazing. Maybe you know, but I was not aware of this difference about high context and low context. That the female generally can have a high context, so they can take care of more stuff that surround them. And men generally are most focused in one thing. So we thought about imagine our project not in a high context, but in a not in a low context. So not be focused just in one thing, like in the festival, but have a look in a high context. So thinking about the surrounding. So I think this was a really interesting part.
Wow, learned something new, definitely. Thank you very much, Irina. Session number 3 was about crossing boundaries from digital to physical, if I remember correctly. Exactly, and how to bring the humanity back to also the digital. Do you want to come in front? Or you want to sit? Okay, well, I bring.
We start from the question how to bring digitalization into art without losing humanity. And also, how can we involve the local government? And we start to think, and we arrive to like a triangle between humanity, digitalization, and government. And we think to intergeneration change. But how? So we find such a solution to call an artist, but we want that these artists bring innovation, imagination, and that think out of the box, and must be an Italian speaker, because we want we need that speak with ancient people and with a group of young people, and put together digitalization. Maybe the younger can give digital skills to the ancient people, and the ancient people can give something back to the youngest, such as practical skills, for example.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Anything else?
We could say that we also identify. Thank you, Frank. Super Frank. No, we simply deep dive a little bit also what is the concept that we have in mind between the digital and human, and that it's sometimes it's too simple to say that humanity and digital things are good and bad things. No, so thanks to Stefan that suggested us to think in specific cases that we should consider a really complex reality to be dealt with. Then we use the precious experience held by Federico Bastiani in his social street, and well, maybe what I gain from him today at most is the fact that we need to construct a process step by step. So to conclude our session, we were able to say, okay, we need to make a good job together in order to make a sort of need assessment, because we need to talk with people, with citizens, and come and derive from them the information that we need to completely the process in the right way. So through a step-by-step approach and work together, I think we can do it. Mm-hmm. That's all.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, I saw a lot of design thinking in the last room. Who would like to summarize the session?
But the colleagues can also do. So actually, it's sort of complementary to the other group in the room 3, where we thought about human and digital point of view. But the question was, in general, what the ecosystem looks like. And it means if you want to really implement it, not only discuss how it looks like. Of course, there are institutions involved which represent the city and citizens and the city itself. On the other hand, we have the point of view of platforms. That means if you think about digitalizations, you have a platform. That means, for example, a single user or citizen can interact by some application, a mobile application, or if you think about design thinking as a tool, we can think about a present workshop, but also online tools where we do design thinking or this project mapping by some online design thinking tools, or there's standard tools or home pages which just enable citizen participation. Of course, the question is how to use them, how to use them well in the process. So this was the first question about the ecosystem. The second is about how to embed ethics and values and diversity within the process. Of course, there's a big discussion what are values. For example, values of trust and transparency, which leads to the discussion of open data as a concept. Main thing about technology, digitalization, is how to explain it. That means the explainability should be within the system, and other issues are, for example, data protection, for example, the right to be forgotten or to anonymize data as a second topic. Third topic was about possibilities, where we want to go. Of course, this is an open question where maybe one should discuss this in the next session more. What are the possibilities of digitalization within citizen participation? Of course, it's easier to analyze digital data. For example, you can pre-cluster data or you can automatize the process of evaluation in order to get some summarizes. On the other hand, of course, if you think about digitalization and some ecosystem, then you enhance digital literacy, both of the government and the citizens. That means if you promote this concept of digital tools, of course, you have to educate the citizens and yourself to do it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Thank you for this first round of BarCamp sessions. We will have a 10-minute coffee break and meet here again at 3:10. All right. Wurde das mit dir abgesprochen, dass dein Raum geschoben wurde? Okay. Mondo, wie ist...
Ist am entspanntesten. Ja, ich arbeite ja für die Stadt Aschaffenburg als digitaler externer Berater bei der Entwicklung der Smart City Strategie und bei nahezu allen Projekten, die es, glaube ich, hier in der Stadt im Augenblick gibt. Das noch nicht, aber es wäre zu überlegen, ja. Ja. Nein, das Gute ist, ich steige ein, schlafe 2 Stunden und komme hier an. Das ist wirklich eine sehr, sehr gute Verbindung, normalerweise eine sehr gute Verbindung. Ja, ja, genau. Okay. Das wird ja eher eine Unterhaltung unter Profis hier gerade. Das ist gut. Hm? Ich hatte vorhin eingestellt auf 3, muss ich jetzt wieder, ne? Genau. Ich will die 3, Thilo. Ah. Gar kein Problem. Ich würde jetzt ganz einfach, weil wir jetzt hier ein Expertengespräch unter Natives, deutschen Natives sind, einfach in Deutsch bleiben. Ich habe die Folien auf Deutsch gelassen, weil ich arbeite normalerweise nicht mit Texten und die paar Texte, die da erscheinen, habe ich auch nicht geändert. Das ist jetzt gut für uns. Ist das okay? Ja, ne? Ja. Also was ich jetzt in den nächsten 29 Minuten versuche zu schaffen, also 30 Minuten versuche zu schaffen, ist, ich bleibe jetzt beim BarCamp Du. Das heißt nicht, dass wir uns hinterher alle duzen müssen, aber es ist auch für die Menschen draußen in der Welt vielleicht dann etwas auch einfacher zu verstehen, dass wir ein BarCamp-Format machen. Normalerweise sind BarCamps etwas, wo viel diskutiert wird. Ich habe mich aber entschieden, keine Diskussion einzureichen, weil gibt es genug von, sondern dass ich einmal versuche, die Grundlagen dessen, was wir hier in Aschaffenburg, warum wir das machen, was wir machen, mal zusammenzufassen. Und ich persönlich hasse den Ausdruck Smart Cities. Ich kann mit dem nichts anfangen. Es ist für mich eine Bezeichnung für etwas, was hauptsächlich technisch definiert ist, wo sich der normale sterbliche Mensch überhaupt nichts darunter vorstellen kann. Und ehrlich gesagt, ich habe auch noch nicht das richtige Wort gefunden. Ja? Das Wort Dialog City, was hier in Aschaffenburg genutzt wird, also digital plus analog im Dialog / Partizipation, ist das, was dem, was ich empfinde, eigentlich so am nächsten kommt. Aber okay, then we have to switch to English. But there is one word, one new idea in the upcoming world of government, city government. It's called the network community or network government. And so I thought, what does it mean? I will explain it a little bit later. But what does it mean for the whole city? What does it mean for the people who are living there? Network. We always talk about networks. Electronical networks, personal networks, family networks. And so I said, okay, let's talk about network city, Netzwerk Stadt. And therefore, I think we have to make a step a little bit into history of our society, of our upcoming industrial times. And then I could switch to German once again. This is so disturbing. For next time, I will learn Italic. Also ich versuche das immer eigentlich so zu erklären, auch also ich nerve nicht nur Städte damit, dass man anders Sachen rangehen kann. Also ich habe auch Studierende in Berlin und den versuche ich immer zu erklären, bitte seht die Zeit, aus der es entstanden ist. Das ist meine Heimatstadt Duisburg, 1830, 1840, eine wunderschöne kleine Stadt mit 35.000 Einwohnern, mal unglaublich reich, wenn der Rhein direkt dran vorbeifloss und dann wieder unglaublich arm, wenn der Rhein sich 2 Kilometer Richtung Kamp Lintfort verlagert hat und so. Es war so eine ungewöhnliche Zeit. Und now I have to switch. Nein, ich muss nicht auf Englisch. Ich bleibe weiter bei Deutsch, okay? Dann ist das Duisburg im Jahre 1990, als alles noch auf Hochtouren lief und ordentlich produziert wurde, viel. In der Zwischenzeit hat sich dort alles verändert. 35.000 Einwohner, plötzlich 650.000 Einwohner. Arm, die reichste Stadt Deutschlands, die in den 60er, 70er Jahren Bayern, horche auf, den industriellen Aufbau in Bayern komplett aus den eigenen Mitteln der Stadt bezahlt hat. Komplett. Ja? Also nichts irgendwie Bund, nichts irgendwie Regierung, sondern der Agrarwandel ist damals von Städten wie Duisburg einfach bezahlt. Einfach ist gut, aber ist bezahlt worden. Das war der Preis, den man dafür zahlte. Und das ist Duisburg heute. Ich liebe meine Stadt, aber diese Sachen, die wir dort sehen, sind Kunst. Das, was vorher Geld verdient hat, steht dort, um vom Deutschen Alpenverein bespielt zu werden, um Konzerte zu geben, um Menschen dazu zu bringen, sich zu treffen, Musik anzuhören. Das hat sich komplett verändert. Ja? Die ganze Welt hat sich auf den Kopf gestellt. Und letzte Woche war ich noch in Hannover, habe dann einen Vortrag für die IHK gemacht. Das fand statt im alten Pelikan-Gebäude, also einer Firma, die im Folge der Industrialisierung plötzlich in der Lage war, das Schreiben zu revolutionieren. Keiner musste mehr irgendwas eintauen. Okay, then once again I have to switch to English. Hello, welcome. It's your last chance. Everybody who's inside, who's leaving now, must pay around 100 euros. Okay. Okay, welcome. Here's the Smart City experience. Your pilot, Frank Tendler. Hope you have a nice flight and follow me to the next slide. This. You're now with me in responsible smart city design. So if you want to... Last chance. You wanted to stay with me? Your last chance? Sure. Okay. Okay. And last week I stayed in Hanover, and this is the former factory of the pencil company Pelikan, which involved a totally new art of writing. Yeah, and today these are very expensive pencils, but they made it in this times for all the people all over the world, and now it's a hotel. It's not an industry anymore, because such things like very special pencils are not needed anymore, because we have computers. Most younger people are not able to use a pencil, they use by computer. So everything, this was the part I told before, everything changed in the last 150 years by Industrial Revolution. But not only the cities changed, the factories changed, also everything of our social and private life. In Germany, for example, here in Aschaffenburg, suddenly we have a lot of poor people because they make clothes by hand. Suddenly there were machines making not such quality but much faster and more, and these people starve. They're sitting in the little villages around Aschaffenburg and they really starve because there was no food anymore. They do not have any money, and these things happened all over Germany. And so suddenly there were revolutions. There were fights against our emperor. Then we have this very, very special and bad war. Everything nearly was destroyed. Then suddenly we have the Wirtschaftswunder. I think it's a German word used even in English language. Suddenly everything exploded here in Germany after the war. Everybody's think he's getting richer and richer and richer, and it was a fantastic time. And then suddenly nobody needed steel anymore. Nobody needed coal anymore. And we noticed that the industrial times been ended. They still are, but the development of new technology, it's you are not allowed, come in. These times are not over. We're still living in an industrialized world, but the money which we own, which we develop by this industrialization, is mostly made in other countries, China, for example, and so on and so on. And so what I wanted to say is that we are now living in a world which, when somebody came from our ancestors the last 100 years until now, he wouldn't recognize it. It's impossible to recognize. All the hundreds and thousands years before, somebody could recognize this world, but not in the last 150, 200 years. It changed totally. Nobody will know what it will be in the upcoming time. The Industrial Revolution has changed totally and irreversible the life of in just some little generations. But the digital revolution will change our life in an unknown way only in years to come. And this is a fact. We are dealing with a world which is completely changing, deep, from its soul, from its social glue, from its policy, from its technology, from its work, from its education. In everything it's changing. And we do not know what will happen, but it will happen. We are in it. We are in it, and it will change nearly everything. The politicians, for example, notice now that there is an invention by citizens, not by voting, but by social media. But why are these people able to use social media to make an invention against or for politicians like Trump? They are able because the companies earning a mass of money with data. And these companies are using technology to make opinions, but they do not make opinions made by us. They do opinions made by money. These opinions which earn more money are more seen than the opinions which are less money. This is a little bit picturesque, yes? But if an information about Trump, positive information about Trump, used by more users, it's more worth. What is it? What he writes, what he says, it's unimportant for everyone in this world. But it's the time using in social network means money, and they do not fight. We will see a little bit later. They do not fight with people against people. They fight with artificial intelligence against communities, against societies, just for profit. So, and this, for example, is what a city, I think, is needed to do. Normally, it's just smart government. All the cities just think, oh, we have to have a smart government, no paper anymore. Everything has to be digital for our services, for our citizens. And this is a big problem because it's also smart environment. How do I have to work with my areas, my stadiums, my schools, my universities? How do I have to make them smart? Which kind of infrastructure I have to deliver for future upcoming pupils or students? Then smart infrastructure for energy, for internet, for mobility, smart data. This is a point where the cities will in future earn money with, because this is the point that many companies like Google, Facebook, Uber, etc., PP, are working because there are investors paying them money to get the data out of the cities and make new constructions of information systems out of it and sell them back as retail, as mobility concepts, as schedules and everything. And also smart communication. We know in our project that we are talking about new ways of communication. Yesterday, you remember perhaps Stackfield, yeah? And it's hard for us to find communication which are usable for communities. Markus knows what I mean, yeah? Sometimes it's impossible to use any kind of technology because it's against our laws. So I think the main point will be that there is a standard for technology delivered by countries, by nations, and not by companies. Companies have to make money. Yeah? And this is not the point for social life, for a community of a city. They have to make a better conditions for living for people. And this could only, in my point of view, made by networking, analog and digital networking. I will describe it a little bit later. And all these things, not only smart government, but all the things a city has now to have a look on. Yeah, I'm really a little bit sorry for many cities who are thinking, we now have. It's not Aschaffenburg, don't be afraid. We now have 50 digital services for our citizens. Yeah, we are a smart city. Let's have a party. Yeah, it's so much more. And the point is, it's all about data, stupid. Yeah, it's all about data. And cities are not using this data. I don't know why. It's pure money for the citizens. And I think that we have to put human beings in the middle of all our thinking. And therefore, we have to empower not only the community workers or the people working for the government and artists, we have to empower everybody. And that's why I love the city so much, this Dialogue City project so much, because we are empowering people with artists, with design thinking, with hairdressers learning how to, I do not really know what they could do with Dialogue City, but we will find possibilities for sure. And thinking how we could hack other conferences by our appearance, yeah? And this is so important. We know that we are working for the future cities in all our in all parts of the city. There are immense, unbelievable masses of money to earn. Yeah? And the cities don't know, but the companies know. These companies for sure know, and they will get out the hell of money out everything we are doing in a city. They want it to be connected between us, the things we wanted to buy, we are interested in, and the tool is our smartphone. And this is, for example, how much worldwide in 2020 one desktop computer earns. Every desktop computer in the world earns $130.76. Everyone. And you can see tablets, smartphones, and other. I do not know what others, perhaps Switch game, I don't know. But this is just for every single electronical thing. Yes, you spend, yes. And too, yes. And always asking, who get the money? It's not the cities, not the retailers, not the artists, and not the community. Yeah, there are companies powered by investors with money. And for this they get back data, which is more worth than we heard yesterday. I think it's the new oil. Yeah, and with this oil, they make new projects which are more interfere in our social communities of a city, and so on and so on. We are living in a time of a city which is worldwide attacked by parasitic networks and platforms. These companies are not good for cities. They are not interested in cities. They are not interested in citizens. They're just interested in investors, in data, in money. This is a big problem. And I always hear, oh no, we can do nothing against it. It's impossible to fight them back. Just we make a new Amazon shop for our city, or a new eBay shop perhaps, and give all our data to Google, that someone could find our little fine city to make his holidays and so on. That's not true. There is a strategy. There is a winning strategy for every city, for every one of us, to say them, you. It's on TVs. I can't say the whole word. So really, this you is the thing we wanted, and we have to tell them. And I'm really proud, yeah? I'm just a little consultant, and I'm really proud that a city like Aschaffenburg not only said you to all these people outside who wanted to get the money and the data, they also said we wanted to tell our partners in Europe how we could make it, how we could get in contact with the citizens, how we can develop artists, how we could get back our data. Yeah? And this is the point why I love this project. Not only Dialogue City Europe, this one I love because of the people and the parties. And the Dialogue City Aschaffenburg is because here's a not so big city. 70,000 people are living here. But the aim is not to make government which is possible to make e-government and have electronic services for the citizens. But it is the main point in this city is we understand that there is an attack from the outside. And this attack will destroy the way we are living in the city. Perhaps a city like Aschaffenburg needed a little bit destroyed, yes, because always you have to change things for the future. It's okay, but they have to decide by themselves which parts this has to be. So, I think we have to be prepared to fight against this parasitic networks and platforms, but who they are, you know them. Yes, it's, for example, Amazon. It's okay if you're buying things at Amazon, yeah? But it's not okay just to sit home, not to leave your home, order everything you need via smartphone, not go to the city. I by myself think the problem is not in this case Amazon, it's buying. Yeah, it's buying new things, not thinking sustainable about the things we wanted to have or not to have. The problem is that networks and Amazon is the biggest worldwide network, you know? You know why? Yes, for sure I have an account. I have Amazon Prime. There are many things I can't buy in Germany, and I buy many things I don't need. But but you too, yes, yes. But I'm learning. I think it's a power of getting older. You learn, and you don't need so much things anymore, perhaps. And yes, for sure, I nearly have in every kind of networking platform. I have an account. Yeah, I wanted to understand, and I use them, but I'm trained myself. For example, I left all social media platforms for half a year. And sure, I'm feeling better today. And it was I'm just started with it to promote this conference once again. And it was a success for me, because all friends said, you're back, you are back, you are back. And all the likes, it's like drugs. It's really like drugs. And I said, why haven't I been here for half a year? The people love me. See, they like me. They like to talk with me. They do not like to talk with me. Yeah? They do like to spend online time about not necessary things, because they all spend there waiting that something interesting will happen. And in this case, I was interesting because I was away for half a year. So I came back and say, Frank. After a week, it's go down, it's okay. I done everything. Joachim will be proud of me. I've made my advertising. Okay, but Amazon is much more. Amazon is not only disrupting retail, it's disrupting the classical way of banking in the city. We have here Sparkassen. I think in Italy or France there are similar banks which are owned by the city. Yeah? But if I buy with the Amazon credit card things on Amazon, there is no transfer between my bank. There's nobody earning money with it. Yeah, so perhaps money is a problem, but that's not the thing of my notes today. And first, we lost all the taxes from retail. Then we lost the payments of the banks. We lost the taxes of the bank. Then perhaps Tesla. I'm not in cars. Yes, I love to see Italian cars, I must say. And if I ever wanted to drive with a car, it could be an old timer. Yeah, yours? Okay, it's okay. But I once had the chance to drive with a Tesla through Amsterdam. It was great. Yeah. great. It was a perfect car for me, yeah? And then I started to think, why do they sell these cars? Normally, German car makers say, we sell these cars because these are cars. These are cars. Everybody wanted to have, oh, Mercedes-Benz, ba-doom, 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 oh, Porsche, ba-doom, ba-doom, ba-doom. And so it's an emotion. They sell emotions, yeah? But these emotions are bad for our climate. So Tesla said, if you buy my car, Mr. Musk said, if you buy my car, you are good one to nature. Nature will love you, yeah? But they sell to an ecosystem around this car for electricity. Yeah, here you can see a house with solar panels. Yeah, $20,000. You can buy them in a market in America everywhere. Just one more $10,000 for this battery. Then you can have your own energy power station in your house, and you making more power than you need. Who will get this power? The city has to buy it back. So they lost a customer and they have to pay for the energy this customer is making. And so on and so on. The company Stadtwerke Emden, which is reliable for the energy in Emden, a very small town in the north of Germany, said, if we are going this way, we do not have any customer in the next 10 years. Yeah? So they changed totally the way they're thinking. They sell such roofs. They said to the city, let's build our own infrastructure, digital infrastructure, to have an app. And with this app, the people know everything about the city, about the communities in the city, about the government in the city. And we make a hell of money out of it because we are giving special offers to our customers via this. And they do it. It's a new idea of infrastructure, but it's only powered by a company, but this company is owned by the city. So it's okay for the next 5 years, it's okay, but in my opinion, they have to change it. So the next one is Uber and similar companies. If I'm using a Uber car, I connect it via iPhone with the car and the driver. And the information on my way, where go I into the car, where leave I the car, which way take the driver, are very worthy informations for cities. Because why do this driver, who knows the city much more than I do use this way and not that way? What are the problems on this way? And so on and so on. If I'm Markus, if I'm in your position, I would say our cars and our bikes and our buses will get a sensor just to notice where they go, where they stop, how long they stop, how long they take, and so on. And then I wanted to have a look on it and say, okay, why do they not use the easy road? Why the hell do they use another way with the bike? And this is sometimes a very good question. And Uber, taking all this data, and the investors of Uber paid every quarter of a year $4 billion to Uber just to exist. Why do anybody pay such an amount of money to a company just to exist? Because of data. So the next question for city is, why am I not doing it by myself? If there's somebody earning such a lot of money out of it and is willingly paying money to them, why I'm not able to use this by myself? And you've seen every part of the city. Airbnb said 2 years ago, we will make magic holidays. Magic. Every day you will find the perfect place, everything will be created around you. In Germany we have so-called Stadttourismus, city tourism, yeah? And these are not able to deliver. Only 10% of the information Airbnb delivered. But normally they have to be much better than Airbnb because Airbnb is settled in Silicon Valley. They never came to Aschaffenburg to know the little place and the little ways you learned 2 days ago by not by dancing, by sightseeing. And this is one strategy. All these companies only have data. They do not have the heart and the soul of the place. They do not know the one bench everyone young people will kiss when they're getting older. Yeah, they do not know it. So one point is know your city. And this information is the first step to fight against this kind of companies. And what do you think is the enemy in the disruption of city culture? What do you think? Whoosh, I like it. Netflix, WhatsApp, TikTok. Why is it so? Because these companies are fighting with artificial intelligence against our daytime. And I do not know if you ever think about this kind of platforms as a time thief. They are working with stupid content and cats and food pictures and pictures from people sitting around a table watching a techno party against people who are still able to go outside the house, visit a museum, visit a theater, visit a party. What is so cool by watching a screen, people dancing around or having a drink or having some food? Yes, why do people it? And I think the answer is because of these parasites, because these parasites know what we wanted to see, and even if these things are not good for us, like cigarettes, for example, or alcohol, we will use them. In this case, we use them because if we go away from them, suddenly more and more cats, more and more food, more and more dancing parties are on our screen. Yeah, so we are, and then there is. I will post one photo and you will notice, like I noticed 1 week before, suddenly hundreds of likes suddenly popped up. Yeah, I do not have such many likes before I left Facebook. Normally I think when I came back to Facebook, nobody will notice me. Why should anybody will notice me one half a year after I leave this platform? Yeah, but like, smile, heart, everything. Yeah, so this is drugs. This is really drugs. This goes totally in my mammal brain, deep in my reptile brain. It's like hunting and getting and having. And I think I do not know if anybody outside of Germany knows Momo, the story of Momo and the time thieves. Yeah, yeah, and the new time thieves, not the gray man, but the networks. They teach and learned to steal every second of attention. And this is we must get back attention. We must have art, we must have communication, we must have dialogue, yes, for the future. So, more and more people in Germany are getting, like me, asking, how could I get back my time using the time of using my smartphone? How can I do it? There are sessions for it, workshops for it. People earn a lot of money by it. I always say, just put it out. Yeah, so this could be an easy way, but it's not possible because we are trained by artificial intelligence and by taking drugs to use these things. So I could go on for a long time with it. Just wanted to say, not give you some examples. There are many examples how cities work against it. But just one. A city, Amazon is no city. Uber is no city. Airbnb is no city. Google is no city. Facebook is no city. City is where the people live and where the people love to live. So make them love your city. Make them love the things you are presenting them. Make them involve. Make them participate. Teach them how these parasites are working. Teach them that they must be a little bit careful. Do not forbidden it, but make them aware of the time they give away. Make them aware of the time they give away while other people earn money with the data while they spend senseless time. So the first step is we have to take back the attention. And this could only be via analog concepts. Yeah? They have to leave their smartphone. They have to forget that they have smartphones. And on the other hand, we have to find responsible digital solution for cities, for network cities, for cities who are good for human beings. Yeah? And we do not make them to our own city infrastructure junkies. No. We have to give them back. We have to relieve them out of their bubbles. We have to take the people to the communities. We have to tell them, you have to be responsible for the things you are doing. It's your city, goddammit. It's up to you that people wanted to live here, that people could live here because you are not buying everything at Amazon. You are not looking the whole day through Netflix. You go to your cinema. You're not going on a walk with your kids with your smartphone in the hand. The photo I will never forget yesterday, but it's common. Look around. No, yes. No, yeah, for sure. So, I think we have to learn to use digital infrastructure to go inside this complex psychological processes. And we must deliver good content, beloved content, artful content, social worthy content, and we have to build up networks, not networks like we know now. I see a city as a network of mobility, of art, of government, of everything we need in a city to live, of every infrastructure. And these are networks, and we have to get the people back to help us to use the upcoming years, they are not too much, to understand what we have to get back to get good jobs in our city, a high quality level of living standards, good mobility, sustainable things which are our kids able to use, not we, but our kids able to use. So this is the process we are now in. And yes, I have the discussion with Nancy 2 days before. Yes, I'm absolutely sure we could fight them back. We couldn't destroy them. We are not able to say, please shut off Amazon. Yeah, but they have to pay taxes first, and they have to pay also money like every store will in a city to stay in my city. So this is my opinion. This is my point. This is the basic of all the project. I'm happy and proud to be involved in, and thank you very much for your time. Are there any questions? Yeah. Yes, I think so.
Sure. Bello è possibile.
Thank you.
Many ladies, but finally, it's up to me.
It's okay. Let it out.
It's an open-minded world, luckily. Should we start to think about, let's say, a directive process of training of people, yes, especially young persons? Because everything is happening so quick, no? And some of them has the opportunity to understand these processes and tell some. But how many people are really aware of this? Even here, even in this room. I mean, we listen to your words and you say, yeah, that is true. That is the truth today. But how many of us are able to be aware and also modify their own choices every day? So, as a city, as a, let's say, as a social community, shouldn't we guarantee to people, like for example in training education, some means, some knowledge about this topic in order to be able to use correctly the tools? correctly the opportunities, because we wouldn't switch off neither Amazon nor Netflix, no? So maybe it's useful and it's good to have the Wednesday night on the sofa a movie on Netflix for everybody. Maybe it's good to make, to buy something that I cannot have once a month on Amazon.
Yes.
But I mean, I'm not saying that it's correct to do it once a month or twice. But maybe if we have culture on that, then we can have, let's say, a responsibility on what we are doing. Otherwise, we won't have.
Yes.
So what we can do. So my question is not only for you, but for everybody here. What we can do in general, but especially into the Dialogue City project. Because this is the opportunity to dialogue with people.
Yeah.
So,
Oliver, directly to this question.
It's regulation. Regulation is a part of culture too. Regulation forms culture. Culture forms regulation. So, it's important to have this regulated. Education is important too, for sure. But also. Have the discussion not only from the habitus, from the cultural perspective, but also from the open market perspective. It's a question of market competition. Yes, so this works. It depends on the country, but in Germany, market competition works very well as argument. Or we have it like in France, where we have like a little bit like a digital constitution with the loi République numérique, République numérique, where once they have described what is the state in the digital world, and in my opinion, this is a good foundation to make this this constitution, this regulation, bigger and bigger, and to describe what is commons. They did describe what is commons in the digital world. This is something what the Germans never did. They never did a law or a constitution about the digital world. So, because laws are also affecting, influencing culture, it's important to have these legal discussions.
Yeah, but I think one step ahead, we have to create awareness, like you said. But how could we spread the word? Yeah, it's like I think every digital project has to ask, why am I doing it? And when the answer is to help the society in the future process of digitalization and to deliver different views, then you have to search for an awareness about the things of networks and platforms worldwide, what they are doing with you, with your project, with your city, and you have to have an individual look in your city, and for this you have to understand what are what means happiness in your region, in your city, what means sadness, what means fear. And I think yes, I know for sure that not as many people thinking in a similar way as I do. I know it. Therefore, I've been paid to tell them. Yes, but. It's easy to understand. Just follow the money. It's like Sherlock Holmes, yeah? Follow the money and see where they get the money and where it will get to, yeah? So, the final sentence is that I think in our project we will find the answers. Combined of all the knowledge we have, of all the power we have, I'm really sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank, for this hopeful end. So yeah, we are just waiting for the others to join for the last debrief before we then have the closing remarks of the TH Aschaffenburg president and also of our Bavarian Minister of Digital Affairs. So I'm trying to get the others. Please stay here, don't walk away. Okay. Let's do. Bin ich am Mic? Ja? Okay. I would like to do the last debrief session. Please. Have a seat. And Frank, you can maybe already even stay where you are, because you're the first one to summarize the session about responsible smart cities. That's how you called it, if I remember correctly.
Okay, did I have one more hour?
No, you have like 3 more minutes.
Okay, I take the chance to speak about the basics of our Dialog City project, which means that we have to be aware about our enemies in the cities. These are Amazon, Facebook, and co. And now it sounds a little bit stupid, but I hope the people who are inside this understand what I mean. And I think we have to take back the time of the users. We have to take back the time of the citizens, and therefore have to be individual regional strategies based on an analog and a digital solutions. We have to put them off their smartphones, off their tablets, off their computers, and we have also built up a new kind of infrastructure, because it's all about data, and this data we have to use for our cities by ourselves. That was, in short, the main points of my session.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your hopeful remarks for the dialogue. Session number 2, about how to involve the born digitals. I don't know, who would like to report? Forgot your task. Thank you, Wolfram.
You're welcome. Okay, where is Susanne? Here is Susanne. We had a short presentation on what she's doing in her hometown in Sweden, which is
Eskilstuna.
I'm sorry, it's impossible for me to pronounce it, but thank you very much. And because she has a similar situation than we in Graz, they are an archive and a museum in the same administration, and in both institutions they stand before the question how to collect born digitals, how to collect not only the electronic act and e-act, but also how to collect the pictures, how to collect new electronic diaries and whatever who are existing only as digital data. And she was presenting us a very precise list of questions they were dealing, and the most important outcome for me is we have to build up infrastructure. We built big depots for paper, paper archival materials, but now we have to build big depots for the electronic data. And we have to raise a couple of questions in our teams, but also have to discuss a couple of questions with the society, with the citizen. For the final words, I want to give the mic to Susanne.
Something which I didn't mention in my presentation is that we also need to educate the staff in digital thinking and digital skills. I sometimes think that I do not have the right skills and not the right education and perhaps not the right thinking to deal with digital-born material. I'm a very analog person.
Yeah. Very good point. Thank you very much. If I'm not mistaken, I think the session number 3 was maybe merged with session number 4, which was the deep dive on how to involve citizens. I'm not sure who would like to report. That was the last room. Oh, yeah. Yes? Thank you, Maria Luisa.
So our session was inspired from the previous slot and the DIMA Yes, sorry. The Digitale Manufaktur, where we went through the process of the project, which was very informative for what we're trying to do. So we kind of went a step further on this by trying to understand how we formulate the questions to ask to citizens and to artists in order to collect their needs. So our work at first is to have a needs assessment, and because another aspect is that we are focusing on some smaller cities in the respective countries, and we cannot make any assumptions about how people live the transition to a digital world in the bigger cities. So we need to focus very much on that. That was one understanding. The other was the way around creating the right questions to get valuable feedback. And we understood that most probably we have to go with bigger discussions, open discussions, and end up from there with the questions. And maybe we need also to use methods like design thinking or parts of this process to help us to get to the content of like our training toolkit, of the platform, the way we're going to present the visualized data of all this research. And we also, when we merged the point about the governments, because we tried to do that too, we understood as well that there is the perspective always of the administration. So in the DIMA project, for example, we learned that the design thinking process goes as far as the ideation, and then the results are presented to the administration, and then there is a prototyping on this behalf. While very often in other projects we know that the project goes as far as creating also prototypes for the solution. So we think that maybe it's a good idea when we involve the policymakers to go reverse and ask them as well to present what kind of solutions they're building up to now. So there is a kind of economy of scale somehow between, and we are trying to bring together those two ends. And yeah, I think that's it. I don't know if anyone from the meeting wanted to add something. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would actually like to give another round of applause for all of you for this BarCamp session, for sharing your thoughts, for discussing together. Thank you very much. All right, we come to the last part of the conference, which is all about closing, wrapping up, maybe synthesizing again, finding focus after all these inspirations. And we do this with two closing remarks. One will be of the president of the Technische University Aschaffenburg, Mrs. Beck-Meuth. And the second one will be the Bavarian State Minister for Digital Affairs, Judith Gerlach, who will probably arrive soon. I'm not sure if she has already arrived. Not just as a point of information, no. Okay, but we will start with you. Please welcome on stage Mrs. Beck-Meuth. Do we need a microphone or do we have no? We need one. Okay.
Well, actually, I'm wondering whether we should wait until the state minister is here, because I think one of the main functions of this closing remark is to welcome her warmly. And who should do that if I'm done with my remarks?
All right.
So, you know.
Okay. Well, if you then let's say maybe we do like a quick break.
Yes.
And then.
Yes, this would be my suggestion.
All right. We do a quick break and then we start. Sorry, I didn't know that. Is that okay? Yeah, of course, of course.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, participants of today's Unconference, which was at the same time kick-off for the European project Dialogue City. We have a special guest that joined us in the afternoon right now, and who is the patroness of this event. Bavarian Minister of State for Digital, Mrs. Judith Gerlach. A very warm welcome. We are grateful that you share your closing remarks with us. Let me also welcome Mr. Eric Leiderer, Mayor of the city of Aschaffenburg, and his dialogue coordination team. Aschaffenburg University of an associated partner of Dialogue City, this wonderful European project. We have close ties to universities all over Europe, to all these countries that are involved in this project, and even beyond. And I really cherish this international spirit on campus today. Already in ancient times, universities were locations for dialogue, the so-called Socratic dialogue. Until today, we believe to strengthen democracy, peace, and knowledge society by carrying on the dialogue. Hello and welcome to the European partners of Dialogue City and their representatives and contributors. Please excuse that I cannot all greet you by your names, otherwise it wouldn't be a short address. But at least I will mention the contributors: Culture Polis in Greece, Stadtarchiv Graz, Austria, Circo Vertigo in Italy, 14 in France, CFP Gemon, Italy, and CIAC in Italy. So, welcome, and we could clap again for all these contributors. Thank you for being here and for taking the journey to Aschaffenburg. We are grateful for the co-funding by the European Union, which makes this Unconference and the whole project Dialogue City possible. Wholeheartedly, we give credit to this European bond, especially today. Actually, these should be closing remarks, so I better stay very brief. Dialogue City, today's Unconference. It stops intermittently. Dialogue City and today's Unconference stirred quite some interest in the media. Okay, thank you for this hint. The idea to involve people in the digital transformation strikes a chord in contemporary society, for sure. Our future is not exclusively about technical innovation. There are questions like, how should we focus our efforts in tech issues? What is of priority to the general public? In this situation of swift development and acceleration in the area of digital, what could be better than strengthening the dialogue between the stakeholders? This goes together well with a modern university, opening to the public and strong in transfer. Thank you for beginning the journey of Dialogue City with us today. I invite you to a warm reception for our Bavarian Minister of Digital, Judith Gerlach. Thank you. Yeah, we have. I don't know.
Vielleicht hält's.
Already quite late in Australia.
wir haben noch ein Video, genau. Wir zeigen erst das Video, dann komme ich wieder.
We are connected. We are shaping the future of mobility. We are building networks. We are local. We are global. We use online government services. We are working on the future of tomorrow and learn digitally.
We believe that people should really be the focus of digital transformation. We are creating the digital modern state.
We help conserve nature. We act more sustainably. We have an app for everything. We can detect disease at an early stage. We are here for each other. We are Champions League. We are innovative. We are a land of ideas. We are laptop and lederhosen. Dundle and digital. We break down barriers. We create the best conditions for all generations. We promote smart digital talent. We embrace the future. We go our own way. We connect worlds. And who is putting us human beings in the center of digital transformation?
Es werde Licht. Ich spreche aber auch im Dunkeln schon zu Ihnen, außer es würde die Internetübertragung irgendwie behindern, dann warte ich noch ein bisschen oder mache ein bisschen Überbrückung. Liebe Frau Präsidentin, Professor Beck-Meuth, herzlichen Dank, dass ich heute hier sein darf. Gilt das auch für mich? Okay. Lieber Bürgermeister Leiderer, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, ganz herzlichen Dank, dass Sie mich heute empfangen und ganz herzlichen Dank vor allem, dass ich die Schirmherrschaft, die Patenschaft übernehmen durfte für diese Veranstaltung, weil sie sehr dem gleicht, was wir im Ministerium auch häufig machen. Und dem Arbeiten, das wir so im Staat, in den Kommunen vorantreiben wollen, sehr ähnlich ist. Und ich bin sehr dankbar, dass sich die Stadt Aschaffenburg da wirklich immer als Innovationsvorreiter zeigt in verschiedenen Bereichen, aber man sich auf die TH hier immer verlassen kann und die gute Aktionen machen, was dazu führt, dass sie natürlich auch als Leuchtturm über Aschaffenburg hinaus leuchtet, was ich besonders wichtig finde. Ganz herzlichen Dank für Ihre Beteiligung. Danke auch, dass es wirklich so international aufgestellt ist. Ich hoffe, Sie nehmen es mir nicht übel, dass ich kein Englisch jetzt spreche, sondern dass ich meine Rede auf Deutsch halte. Ich hoffe, dass es trotzdem für Sie einigermaßen verständlich ist. Sie haben den Film gesehen und haben dort vielleicht auch so ein bisschen mitbekommen, welche Themen wir verbinden. Das Traditionelle, das Bayern ja zugeschrieben ist, das Sie vielleicht auch kennen, wenn Sie von weiter her kommen. Dirndl, Lederhose, Oktoberfest, dafür steht ja Bayern immer so ein bisschen. Aber wir sind sehr viel mehr, vor allem wir hier im unterfränkischen Bereich in Aschaffenburg. Wir tragen auch gern mal ein Dirndl, aber ich würde sagen, es würde uns nicht gerecht werden, wenn wir uns darauf reduzieren lassen würden, finde ich. Ja? Weil wir sind natürlich viel mehr. Und wir versuchen im Freistaat Bayern Digitalisierung, Technologie und das Traditionelle zu verbinden und zu schauen, wie schaffen wir dort eigentlich die Brücke zwischen dem, was uns auch lebenswert macht, was uns bisher immer ausgemacht hat in Bayern und wie entwickeln wir das weiter Richtung Technologie und letztendlich aber auch, was die Menschen anbelangt und wie wir die dort mitnehmen und enablen, bei dieser Transformation mit dabei zu sein. Und deswegen sind solche Veranstaltungen wie heute extrem wichtig und ich bin sehr dankbar darum, dass die stattfinden und dass sie letztendlich auch Impulse wieder nach außen nehmen, bis in die ganze Welt verteilt hinein im Grunde genommen. Und das ist ein großartiges Zeichen, wie ich finde. Wir versuchen im Digitalministerium mit verschiedenen, ich sehe gerade hinten das Scribble, das gerade auch noch gemalt wird, das, glaube ich, sehr, sehr schön auch zeigt, wie vielfältig dieses Thema ist. An Herausforderungen, Das ist so ein bisschen, das heißt der Nachteil, aber das ist natürlich der Punkt, den man sich auch immer stellen muss. Das ist kein Selbstläufer, das irgendwie über uns drüber regnet und dann wird es schon funktionieren, sondern es ist etwas, was man gestalten muss. Etwas, was sehr kreativ gestaltet werden kann, wo Geld eingesetzt werden muss, wo investiert werden muss, der Bund, Freistaat, die Kommunen letztendlich, wo man aber auch viel Hirnschmalz braucht. Das heißt, wir brauchen verschiedene Menschen aus unterschiedlichen Bereichen, nicht nur ITler, die sich Gedanken darüber machen, wie können wir eigentlich Digitalisierung zum Wohle der Menschen einsetzen. Und nicht nur, weil es irgendwie modern ist. Manche denken ja, ich mache irgendeinen Anstrich, irgendwas ein bisschen modern, dann sieht es irgendwie toll und fancy aus und das würde ausreichen, wir machen einen Haken dahinter. Am Ende muss es uns ja irgendwie dienen. Am Ende muss es was sein, was uns einen Vorteil bringt. Und deswegen versuchen wir mit dem Digitalministerium verschiedene Projekte auf den Weg zu bringen, die letztendlich ganz konkret vor Ort verhaften. Ich möchte Ihnen mal 2 nennen, die jetzt Aschaffenburg betreffen. Das verzeihen Sie mir, wenn Sie nicht aus Aschaffenburg kommen, weil ich selber ja eigentlich Aschaffenburgerin bin, hier lange Zeit gelebt habe, jetzt mittlerweile im Landkreis und dadurch natürlich hier besondere Verbindungen hin habe. Wir haben zum Beispiel ein Projekt gemacht mit den Kommunen, das heißt Kommunal Digital. Und wir haben uns überlegt, wir geben den Kommunen 500.000 € pro Kommune, wenn die in der Lage sind, ein innovatives technologisches Thema mit dem Thema Nachhaltigkeit zu verknüpfen. Also zu schauen, wie können wir nachhaltig Digitalisierung, da gingen viele in den Bereich von Klimaschutz zum Beispiel, die Aschaffenburger haben es ein bisschen anders gemacht, wie können wir Digitalisierung nutzen, um unser Klima zu schützen oder Technologien so einzusetzen, dass sie mehr Effizienz bringen. Gerade in Zeiten von Energiekrise ein Riesenthema. Nur die Lösungen sind noch nicht alle auf dem Tisch, sodass man sie nutzen könnte und auch in der Fläche nutzbar wären. Also extrem wichtiges Thema, wo sich auch die Kommunen gut einbringen können. Die Stadt Aschaffenburg hat unter anderem den Wettbewerb auch gewonnen. Unter anderem waren auch noch andere 9 Kommunen, die auch ausgezeichnet wurden. Und ihr habt eine Digitalmanufaktur auf den Weg gebracht und kümmert euch darum, dass Menschen sich beteiligen können. Also sozusagen eine Beteiligungsplattform für die Ideen, für Impulse von Aschaffenburgerinnen und Aschaffenburger zu diesem Thema. Wie kann ich eigentlich meine Region vor Ort, meine Stadt vor Ort lebenswerter machen durch den Einsatz von Digitalisierung? Und lasst das nicht einfach mir nur so aufdrücken, sondern ich überlege selbst mit und bin mit der Stadt im Gespräch. Was können wir da verbessern? Welche Tools können wir einsetzen? Welche Möglichkeiten ergeben sich dort? Das ist das eine, was die Bürgerinnen und Bürger sehr im Allgemeinen betrifft. Und das andere, und das sind wir jetzt gerade auf dem Weg mit der TH Aschaffenburg, ist unser KI-Transferzentrum. Was heißt das? Hört sich etwas sperrig an, ist aber eine gute Aktion, die wir schon anderweitig in Bayern gemacht haben. Und zwar arbeiten wir mit Unternehmen zusammen, aber auch mit Universitäten, mit Hochschulen, um das Know-how, was wir an den Universitäten schon haben im Bereich der künstlichen Intelligenz, in die Unternehmen zu bringen. Wir haben nicht häufig festgestellt, also ich bin viel in Unternehmen unterwegs und manche sind top aufgestellt und wir besuchen in der Politik natürlich auch gerne immer die Player, die uns dann toll zeigen, wie digital sie aufgestellt sind und applaudieren dann. Das ist auch großartig, aber es gibt gerade im Mittelstand natürlich auch viele Bereiche, viele Unternehmen, die sagen, ja, ich würde schon gern technologischer sein, ich würde schon gern mehr Digitalisierung im Allgemeinen einsetzen und zwar geht es darüber hinaus, dass man irgendwo Computer stehen hat mit tollen Programmen, sondern dass sie wirklich Produktionsketten effizienter machen, vielleicht sogar neue Geschäftsmodelle entdecken. Es fehlt aber an Know-how vor Ort. Wo soll das auch herkommen? Das fällt nicht vom Himmel. Also war es uns wichtig zu sagen, wir gehen in die Unternehmen rein und identifizieren dort mal einen Use Case, wo AI, wo künstliche Intelligenz angewendet werden kann. Also wo wirklich es sinnvoll ist, den Einsatz von künstlicher Intelligenz auf den Weg zu bringen. Und nicht wieder nur der moderne Anstrich. Wir arbeiten, ich kann Ihnen ein Beispiel nennen, eines 3D-Druckunternehmens. Die hatten ganz viele, sehr unterschiedliche, also das hat man nicht auf den ersten Blick gesehen, die hatten ganz viele graue Teile und auf den ersten Blick sieht man die so und man denkt sich, die sehen ja alle gleich aus. Die waren aber alle unterschiedlich. Und da stand immer ein Mensch da und der hat angefangen, diese Teile ganz mühsam auseinander zu sortieren und einzusortieren. Das hat natürlich sehr lange gedauert. Und war mühsam, man findet kaum noch die Leute, die das auseinanderdividieren. Und da sind wir mit einer KI dran gegangen, die natürlich durch Bilderkennungsverfahren super schnell die Dinge aussortieren kann und richtig zuordnet. Seitdem braucht es da keinen mehr, der da steht und die Dinge aussortiert. Und nein, da verliert auch keiner irgendwie seinen Arbeitsplatz, weil wir bekommen die Leute gar nicht mehr, die das machen würden. Das heißt, einen gewissen Automatismus braucht man da ohnehin und warum nicht dafür künstliche Intelligenz einsetzen? Nur müssen wir den Unternehmen helfen. Nicht allen, aber einigen das Know-how, die Technologie überhaupt da reinzubekommen mit Expertinnen und Experten. Und ich glaube, auf solche Projekte zu kommen, solche voranzubringen, diese Impulse reinzubringen überall, das ist auch das, was durch sowas wie ein BarCamp hier entsteht. Dadurch, dass man sich aus unterschiedlichen Bereichen austauscht, Ideen entwickelt, vielleicht auch ein Problembewusstsein bekommt, das man vorher nicht hatte und versucht mit Technologie das Ganze zu lösen und anzugehen und in die Breite zu bringen. Und das ist unglaublich wichtig, dass wir das hier machen, dass wir das an den Unis machen, dass wir das in den Städten, in den Kommunen machen, dass der Staat sich für so ein Denken auch öffnet. Glauben Sie mir, auch das ist nicht selbstverständlich. Ich versuche gerade die Verwaltung zu digitalisieren. Riesenspaß, sage ich Ihnen. Nein, es ist wirklich gut und es geht voran, aber es ist natürlich ein behäbiger Weg, sage ich mal, der aber gegangen werden muss und der auch die Möglichkeit hat am Ende, nicht nur Prozesse zu nehmen und die vom Analogen ins Digitale zu übersetzen, sondern wirklich effizienter zu machen, bürgerorientierter, serviceorientierter zu machen. Das ist der Anspruch im Grunde genommen, was Digitalisierung auch bringen soll. Das ist nicht irgendein Selbstzweck. Von daher freut mich das sehr, dass Sie solche Veranstaltungen hier machen, dass Sie zusammengebracht werden, auch dass solche Gelegenheiten bestehen, die die Menschen zusammenbringen über viele Nationen hinweg. Ich hoffe, dass trotz des Deutschen jetzt meine Rede verständlich war. Bedanke mich ganz herzlich, dass Sie mitgemacht haben, bedanke mich für die Einladung und bin jetzt sehr gespannt, was ich jetzt so im Resümee noch hören darf. Herzlichen Dank.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Gerlach, for highlighting and recognizing the important role of this project, for contributing to digitalization and also for outlining again that digitalization means that we have to put the human in the center and we have to start from there. And by providing some really crisp examples, I think it made very clear what can be the role of Bavaria's state, but also of universities and also of the communities here. We will come to our last part. This Unconference was a kickoff for the project. And for this, I would be curious to ask the project partners again, what is it that you take away from this Unconference for kicking off this project? And what will be maybe the first steps, baby steps maybe, that you start now after this Friday, maybe next week on Monday when you start? I'm not sure who would like to start. I'm just looking into the round. Is there somebody who has already an impulse, yeah, I can do it? Not everybody at the same time. All the project partners? Okay. Please there. One representative. All right, thank you. All right, Joachim, you're standing next to me. Do you want to start?
Yes, very concrete. We have to speak about the online citizen archive platform. To speak means with Graz, Aschaffenburg, and the other partners, of course, also. And because there is a project called Heimat Hub, founded by the Ministry for Heimat in Bavaria, and our new Dialogue City project, and there are much synergies, of course. Yes, this is a first step, and we have to deal about communication in the project, in external communication also. And I see here, what would you have wished for? Yes. Mea culpa, we have not spoke about hashtags for the conference. So we had no Twitter wall, of course, mea culpa. That should be the next step, the next conference, a little bit another. And yes, Graz. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Joachim. I will give two answers from a wider perspective. The first point is communication. I'm really, really happy we can be here because we have born children of the pandemic. because we only met on video call meetings, via emails, via Google Docs. We shared the documents and so on. But this week we were able to meet here in person, and this is so important. You can't replace it with any video call or whatever, or any digital tool. That's the one thing. And the second thing is, and I want to say it especially because some stakeholders and political decision makers are here, it is ultimately important for us to get infrastructure, to get resources. We want to do what we are talking here all day long and the whole week long, especially the cultural institutions need more infrastructure. We need to build up digital archives. The Bavarian guys, and especially you here in Aschaffenburg, you are the elite, the Spartans, if you want to say, in this respect. But we in Austria, we have to keep running, that we can reach you here, but also our other partners. We all have to build up infrastructure, we have to build up hardware, we have to build up software, we have to build up, as Susanne Nickel said, also the mindset in our teams so that we can do what we are talking here right now. So that's my final remarks. Do you want to add something?
No, of course. Very concrete. Also, we need a collaboration tool, and we spoke about Stackfield. We use by the city of Aschaffenburg, but we have to speak about the costs. Yes. Okay, but now.
Thank you very much, Maria Luisa Laupodi from Culturepolis in Greece. We are a civil society organization, so my take with my colleague here is that civil society organizations have this role of trying to translate between different stakeholders. So I understood very well that we don't need to reinvent the wheel every time, and that by getting together, as Wolfram said, even digitally or physically, we can exchange ways and methods and just twiddle them and put a little digital intelligence and make them more effective for the communities we work with. So definitely we need to work on the communication. We've recognized this all together. But I am very happy that we had the invitation from people from the university and other partners here to take the work we do with AI a step further and closer to the citizens we work with. Thank you.
Hi everybody, I'm Federico Fazzari, representative of all the Italian delegation. First of all, I want to thank you all, especially, first of all, Stefan, the coordinator of the project, then the university and all the authorities that hosted here today. Today, for us, it's really, really important to be here in presence, first of all, as anticipated by Wolfram, especially because I think that through the cooperation, and I'm telling something that you know in our country is really an actual topic, for us it's really important to keep really high the level of cooperation in Europe. So regardless what is happening, for us it's really one of the most important things we consider in our structure, in our social structure. So that's why I want to renovate our aim and our willing to cooperate. Today we were able to stay together, to work together, to exchange ideas, to create, I think we enlight a new vision, no? A new movement, I hope so. But we need to pursue this stuff, let me use this bad word, this stuff in the good way, like treating with the proper manner. So we need to be passionate for this, work together, and really exchange without being blocked by all the difficulties and constraints, including budget, that we will have, because we will have. So then we shouldn't have to say, okay, this we cannot do, so that's enough. So I hope that all the people here are really sharing, and first of all, the Italian delegation, a passionate approach to this new project, Dialogue City. And I want to close with another point that for me is really important, is that we, as European citizens, we really need to define the messages and the values that we want to achieve for our future. So if we want to be really in a transition where the digital things are, let's say, surrounding the citizens, we want to have clear which priorities in terms of messages we have. So I don't want to suggest you any priority because we all know, but think about and let's use this as ingredients to work together. That's all.
So I'm Nancy Ottaviano from 14 in Paris. I'm here with my colleague Sofia, who is here. So that was the best kickoff ever. That was great. We have great facilities today. The organization is amazing. We had plenty of time to exchange ideas, discover different practices, and we are architects, Sofia and I, and we are urbanists. So we are really dealing with the analog world. And for us, it is super exciting to work on the digital aspect of it and the way we can create these hybrid events that will bring together digital topics and the physical world. And we are really looking forward to create this collaboration with you guys, also with this idea of memories, archiving the city, but also thinking the future. So we're like heritage, innovation, linking them in the present, digital, analog, linking them in space, and that will be really exciting. And this is really something we're looking forward, especially because in our practice, we work a lot with citizens with very, very different backgrounds. There can be people who never went to school or highly educated people. And this is really something we're also looking forward because now everyone is using these digital tools, whatever are the basic skills they have or not. So I'm looking forward the way we will archive a TikTok video by teenagers and make it a part of the memory of a city, and so much more things to imagine and picture together. And again, that was a really, really amazing kickoff.
Yeah, I tried to make it in 30 seconds. I want to sum up the guests like Oliver and Frank and me being together here. And our summary of today is that, well, Europe is alive in its regions, and for that, the digital world is also part of the local region. And it became clear digitalization is not so much about technology, it's about culture. And memories especially help us to create culture. So remembering the present, remembering the past helps us to think about what future do we want to have. Not like there's not the one internet, the internet is what we made culturally out of it. And I think it's important that we realize that not everybody is prepared culturally to be a part of that. And that's why we need to see that the resources, everybody talked about resources, to make the people volunteer, to make it for the citizens and with the citizens is still a long way to go. Technology is not a solution, culture is a solution, and I think memories, that became clear in this project, memories are a very important part of having a vivid culture. So we had a nice day and impressive talks today we could listen to and be part of it. So thank you also from the guests of today. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. I think from what I see here, it makes me very hopeful for the course of this project, very motivated project team, and I'm really looking forward and excited to follow up on the next step of this project. For the last 15 minutes, I would like to zoom you not to the next month or years, but more to the here and now, and ask about your feedback regarding this day. And this is also for you to learn, because in this project there will be also a lot of hybrid events, as I learned. So maybe we can collect some of the points that were what you would say, what was very good, what did you enjoy today a lot? Was there something maybe that surprised you? We already talked a lot about the learnings, but of course we can still capture them. And also, what are things that you would wish for? Joachim, I will write down the Twitter hashtag already. But there's maybe more things. So what I would like to do, we do have like 15 minutes left, a bit less, that you give me a few flashlights and I will write down the notes. And also at the end, when we have more like a casual situation where we have a drink and you think of a fact that you would like to contribute, you can still go to the board and write it. Reminds you a little bit of school times maybe, so yes. Wow, okay, that's much more of it. Much more? That's, well, where should I put this? First I will put the Twitter hashtag, but can you make it a bit more specific, much more? What do you mean? And where should I put it? Okay, so more room for discussion. While I'm writing, I'm already, yeah?
Well, I think we are all pretty much different here in this room, but every session and the communication was very respectful, and everybody had the chance to give his ideas and inputs, and I think this is really a fact to keep in mind when you are respectful to each other, and when you are listening to each other, you can form solutions for every problem, I guess. And so that's made, for me, was the main part. So.
Thank you.
I want to say one word.
One word.
Global organization of this event really impressed me, and I think I'm not the only one. What was good, like we talked about the Italians are impressed too. We talked about this event online during the meetings, and I think there were people who had it was difficult to imagine how it will be for real. It's like. Kudos, big bravo for all university staff, I think, and Stefan Horn.
Yeah,
bravo.
I think so.
What was good? What was good? Stefan Horn was good. Stefan Horn was good.
Yes. What I have learned is that digital archiving, digital private archiving, hasn't had enough recognition in all this digitization and smart city context. So, and also in digital education, or education about digitization, and about digital service and structures for digital private archiving. So this is a very important thing to think in the general strategy of digitization.
Thank you. Do you pass it on? No, I think it was. Didn't you want to say something? No? Oh, sorry, I did.
I was surprised by the involvement of the city of Aschaffenburg. So maybe I want to thank them also to host us in this really good way.
And maybe you're studying German, no? For the next time.
What else? Need more comments?
More comments, please.
At one time, while we worked so a lot. We spent so much time by talking, and we have a little bit more celebration, us and the project and everything around it.
Noted, we need a party. Anything else? No? If not, I mean, then we can also close with this I need a party. There will be a little aftermath. There will be a musical performance, actually, with Lisa Knauer. Not sure where exactly this will be. Will it be in the back? I'm looking at you. will be over there. So, in Briançon, of course, in France, there will be a little musical performance, also time for you to still relax, maybe enjoy, and not maybe so much professional talk anymore, but also to get to know each other a little bit more on a private level. Yeah, from my side, I can also say thank you. It was a pleasure to hear all of you ambitiously discussing and really getting involved, and it makes me very hopeful for this project to start. Stefan.
So thank you very much, Nadja, to keeping us on track the whole day. I think you did a really good job, especially when it comes to bring us back into the debriefing session. Second remark from my side. Federico, if you would go for the elections, I would give you a vote on Sunday for your closing remarks. Last but not least, when we talk about the digitization, and we've mentioned that earlier today, and Jens, you've grabbed that again, it's a cultural challenge rather than just a technological one, and therefore this format we've been working today was a digital one. It was the way how all these kind of new economy structures are working when it comes to new products. So what we rolled out today was an analog format, but it's already in a digital process. And even if all the things are up in the air right now, we have to find a way to deal with it when they come on the floor again. And therefore, and I would like to close with this, it's about failure tolerance. It's about trying to figure out what can go wrong or what is wrong right now, and then to find a solution. And I would close with Samuel Beckett because it's a cultural project. As no one dare to fail. Fail, try again, fail better, and then try again. Thank you very much.
Start singing. Start singing. I'm not Lisa. Lisa will be coming soon, I hope.